can be effectively managed with lifelong antiretroviral therapy or ART. When taken correctly, ART allows people living with HIV to lead long, healthy lives and prevents the virus from spreading. NASCOB expressed concern that misinformation could cause individuals to stop or delay treatment, risking serious illness, drug resistance, and preventable deaths. The program emphasized that decisions about HIV care must be made by qualified health professionals in accredited facilities. Religious leaders have appealed to the government to increase funding for schools to support parents struggling to raise school fees as schools reopen for the 2026 academic year. Pastor James Mambwa, chairman of the Kakamega County Pastors Encouragement Forum, expressed concerns about the rising costs of education amid shrinking household incomes. He urged President William Ruto's administration to support parents to ensure that all students report to school.
Ningependa kurai serikali ya Kenya, consider mzazi ule wa chini. Wazazi wote hawatoshani. School fees imepanda. Serikali inasema tuweze kusomesha watoto, tutawasomesha na pesa gani? Kama mchungaji ninaomba serikali ikaweze kupunguza karo ya shule ili kila mtu awe comfortable kiasi cha kupeleka mtoto shuleni bila matatizo yoyote. Ile capitation ambayo ilikuwa imepeanwa kwa watoto tunaomba iweze kuongezwa.
In Kilifi County, about 900 students have received bursaries totaling over 8.5 million shillings from the Office of the County Woman Rep, Gertrude Mbeyu, through the National Government Affirmative Action Fund.
Cheki karibu zote 10,000 na kuendelea mpaka 30,000. Hatupeani chini ya hiyo ndio mtoto aregeshwe. Kwa hivyo ni furaha yangu sasa hizi tumepata pesa mapema, tumelipia watoto fee. Sasa hii ni kufungua ofisi na kuanza kufanya registration ya wale wa CBC. Kuna mchanganyiko kubadilisha shule nini, tutangoja wakiwa wamefinalize. Hatuna pesa sasa hizi, lakini tutawaregister ili the next disbursement ya bursary tutakuwa tumewatayarisha waweze kupata. Kwa hivyo furaha yangu ni vile tumeweza kupeana wale wa full scholarship 160 students, wao wametayari wametumia 4.5 million fee yao ya tamu nzima, na balances za mwaka jana zote sisi tumemaliza.
8 people, among them 6 Kenyans, a Burundian and Rwandese, were on Tuesday arraigned at the Kahawa Law Courts where they faced 12 counts related to the illegal registration of persons. Titus Muasia, Judy Kemunto, Festus Bahati, Moses Magoya, Haya Dawood Abdikadir Mohammed, Ruth Osebe, Marias Havia Rimana and Victor Kamanda were arrested on Monday after they were summoned at the Directorate of Criminal Investigations. Kamunta was not in court, with her lawyer Dunstan Omari saying that her child had been taken ill, which prompted police to free her on a cash bail. Some of the suspects were charged with conspiracy to procure registration of Kenyan identity cards for ineligible persons. Other suspects were accused of obtaining the Kenyan identification card purporting to be genuine Kenyans. Israel's foreign minister has held talks with Somaliland's president on his first visit to the breakaway region since Israel controversially recognized it as an independent country. Gideon Saar said Israel was determined to advance relations with Somaliland with momentum, while President Abdi Rahman Mohammed Abdullahi hailed his visit as a big day.
Your presence here today demonstrates leadership, confidence in the future of our relations. It sends a strong message that Somaliland and Israel are ready to deepen engagement and move decisively toward the establishment of diplomatic infrastructure, including the opening of embassies. From our side, I wish to assure you of our full readiness and political will to establish our embassy in Israel and to support a permanent and effective Israeli diplomatic presence in Somaliland.
Last month, Israel became the first country in the world to recognize Somaliland, which declared independence from Somalia more than 30 years ago. Somalia sees Somaliland as being part of its territory and condemned Saar's visit as unacceptable interference in its affairs. That's the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira.
102.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
We look at the utterances of leaders who are aligned to broad-based, who are initially in ODM. We thought they stand for something. Now they've been exposed.
Because we are a third world country, we are poor. And not because we don't have resources, but we have been robbed senseless.
Look at the wasteful expenditure. Look at how large government lives. And we've said this is something that can be controlled. It happens in many other countries.
Internally, we used to stand and tell him, boss, hii kitu ni mbaya. And you'd say, now he doesn't, let me tell you, you saw the other parliamentary group meeting. People went there, sat, listened, looked at him. There was no plenary, left.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation. The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
You have land, Dennis.
Yeah.
Okay, your own land. You use your own money to build it, and then you sell it to yourself.
But we don't want foreign troops on Kenyan soil.
But surely it goes a little bit deeper. This is it.
If you find the tree is withering, then you call the person who is managing that tree. Come around.
Yeah,
why? Tell me what is
first of all, what's the problem?
Yes, what is the problem there?
How do we expect ourselves to move forward as a country?
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation. The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
He is himself actually has admitted that he bribed members of parliament, so...
he admitted that he bribed members of parliament?
Well, when he said...
The government.
Yeah, when he said that he gave the 10 million was for what?
We're always quick to point faults in somebody else before you look at your own faults as a person.
If it was Kanu's day, hii amuka naye leo, ungekuwa umeenda bali sana hii. So when we must celebrate you.
There are 600 million people now globally estimated to be living with diabetes in the world. So it is a major health problem. It's the largest single disease rising pandemic that we're dealing with right now.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation. The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
Presidency is fairly interesting in the sense that it will actually take us to a new consciousness.
Swali zile watu waulizi na swali muuliza na shangala ni aje kwani huku kunaendaje?
30 billion shillings annually on travel alone in public service.
A Kenyan can even demonstrate every single day of his life that Ruto must go. That is the only message of his demonstration. That is his right.
That bribe blinds the eyes of the wise and subverts the cause of those who are in the right.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
SRC's mandate is constitutional. It's not an advice. It's actually something you must do.
Like now, you abandon, of course, the narrative of wheelbarrow, Mutomjengo, Mamamboga, and all those, that rosy narrative.
Your expenditure is 3.3 trillion, and you're collecting only 2.5. Out of that 2.5, you're spending 1.8 trillion to service loans and so forth.
That the CDF kit, it's in itself a symptom of corruption.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
SRC's mandate is constitutional. It's not an advice. It's actually something you must do.
Like now, you abandon, of course, the narrative of wheelbarrow, Mutomjengo, Mamamboga, and all those, that rosy narrative.
Your expenditure is 3.3 trillion, and you're collecting only 2.5. Out of that 2.5, you're spending 1.8 trillion to service loans and so forth.
That the CDF kit, it's in itself a symptom of corruption.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Hello? Okay. We're still here. where people are not talking. I talk. Are you talking?
Am I talking?
We'll try again.
Am I talking?
You're talking now.
Nice.
I don't know what Awuor has done with the microphones or who is where, but we try either way. Good morning.
Morning.
On this 7th of January. I said happy. I've not seen you this New Year. Happy New Year. How are you?
Salama.
Uko salama? Okay, I've seen you, but I've not seen you face to face.
Oh, now you can see me. You can't even touch me.
As in you're real. Let's.
I'm here in the flesh.
I get it.
What a piece of the flesh. Hey.
It's 2026, I said. Uko salama lakini?
Nashukuru.
Joe Kamanya?
My name.
How are you doing?
I'm good.
You're well?
Very well.
I've seen you this year.
Yes, you have, and you've touched me, have you not?
You guys, it's 6:12.
I know.
Day of the flesh.
Hey.
Like handshake, good morning.
Yes.
Well, all right. Okay, even though tunanza. Okay, no problemo. Awuor, good morning. I don't know if she's awake, but she's upright, something like that. Prayers up for EVE, by the way. EVE is taking care of her mom, and that will go well. It will, and as you keep doing that, we're gunning for you, my dear. So keep on. Christine and the weather have decided that one is going to be under the other.
Yep.
So let's just hope that things go through today as we're getting into it. So we're getting into the conversations this morning. It's Wednesday already. It's already the 12th. No, it's not actually. It's still the 6th of January. It's the 7th of January. Yes. Good Lord. I need to get it.
It's just January, it's fine.
Okay. It's still January. And it looks like it's going to be January for a long time coming. For all intents and purposes. Good to have you guys in the room this morning. 7th of January into Kenya's biggest conversation, the Situation Room. Oh, Joyline, good morning. How are you doing? You're fine? Happy to see you, and good to get everybody into it this morning. Children went back to school yesterday. Students went back to school yesterday. For those who were already enrolled, and people went to the next class. Everybody up and about. We're still seeing next week that this is when we see grade 10s get to school. It was a busy one yesterday, but still all done. I guess to some extent. It's gonna be interesting the next couple of days.
There's a lot of revision as well for the placements that is going on. I was at Jugo House yesterday, and it's a beehive of activities because there's a desk to help parents who want to switch their children as well. That is ongoing. So crazy.
Yeah, and you know what? I mean, what did ministry say? Ministry said that you still have an opportunity to apply for your school of choice after the 12th of January, I believe. So let's wait and see how that's going to look.
True.
But even with taking kids back to school yesterday, you saw a lot of parents, coming in trying to get placements for their children on the day. So it looks like it's still going to be a busy time as we get into this, right? So this form, basis of conversations that we'll be having today, and as we get into it, karibuni sana. Wherever you're tuned in. Around the country, indeed the world, our live streams are up on YouTube, Facebook, and on X. This is the Situation Room on Spice FM this morning. Ndu, Dennis, and Joe with you as we get into conversations today. Let me let you into some of the things that we'll be talking about before we say hello to you, our audience on KTN as well. Good morning and karibu sana as you tune into the Situation Room this morning. All right, so at 7 o'clock, KPC, as you know, well on the road towards full privatization. Those conversations are still happening, but a lot more activity has gone into that. Ken Gishega is an economist and analyst, and Ruth Kinyanjui is an economic analyst. We'll be looking at the logic behind the reform and privatization of KPC and what exactly it means. It's a big deal that once you have oil moving from your port throughout the country, and oil products rather moving, and the only one to do this, is it that government was incapable of handling this and then putting into the hands of the private sector? What does it actually mean in terms of returns? That we saw that KPC was commercially viable. I mean, it was the only one. But was it making losses? Do we actually know how much money KPC was making? And what would be the rationale behind this privatization? We'll look into that conversation at 7. We will then talk with the policy and governance activist, analyst, I beg your pardon, Alanga Torres Dirt. We'll be talking about the wrangles within ODM. It's interesting that we talk about the wrangles at ODM without ODMers. But it'll be interesting because do they actually tell us what's going on? We'll talk about that at 8 o'clock. And then at 9 o'clock, Jarvis Bigambo is a governance analyst. Peace talk versus politics.
Interesting.
Many say that peace is the absence of war. Yeah. Is it though?
Is it?
Is it?
We'll see.
We'll see. And the many things that are being said, is it all conjecture? Are we looking at a definite divide in the political world? Those are the conversations that we're having today. Thank you for joining us as we get into it this morning. It will be interesting to have. Let's analyze, let's discuss, let's plug in, let's do it as we normally do. And welcome. All right. Where did you take us to?
Burkina Faso.
Yes.
Burkinabes, beautiful people, man. Anyway, so the Burkinabes are telling us this morning that the pants of today are better than the breeches of tomorrow. The pants of today are better than the breeches of tomorrow.
Oh.
Who wants to go first?
I nominate Joe.
He didn't see that coming.
No, I did. I think it speaks to, how small wins build up to bigger wins. Like what you do today. It's like there's something you used to say, a bird in hand is worth more than two in the bush.
Yeah.
Something like that. So whatever small wins you can gain today, whatever small things you have today as a country, whatever good thing you have going is better than a better promise of tomorrow. So it's about now and making something work for yourself now.
Indeed.
Other than a promise which could be a mirage. Yeah.
For sure. I mean, with what you have today, what best can you do with it? Of that thing which is unsure. I think about it in so many spheres. I think about the folks who say, well, you think you could get a better opportunity outside and you're not sure of it. It's not down on, even when it is down on paper, on an ink, until you're in the thing, you don't know that you have it until you have it.
Yeah.
So with what you have, are you doing the best that you can with it? And perhaps that's kind of like a lesson to us that, I have them here now. What can I do? What best can I do with it?
Yeah.
Yep.
Just valuing the present because the future is uncertain, So how much do you value what you have now that you're using it to get to where you wanna go to? Because most of the time we want to get to this place, but you're not looking at what you have at the moment, how you can work on it, how you can improve on it, value add on it, right? For you to say that I'm making steps towards that ultimate dream, So I'm talking about tuko na coffee lakini kuna value addition. So nasema tu.
Okay. I see what you're doing there. No, it's a good one.
And now that you nominated me to go first,
Yes.
I'll have you know, while you are away,
Okay.
I moved a motion in the House of Spice Parliament yesterday about doing what is right today regarding climatic change.
Yeah.
That the Spice family will be managing the waste responsibly. We will not be dumping as we drive. We will not be throwing garbage up and about. So that motion, I moved it in the House of the Spice Parliament. It was seconded by yours truly, Aseto, Dennis. No, it was proposed by Dennis.
Yeah.
It was seconded by Kevin Osido. So we had to wait for you today.
Okay.
Because you need to
take it for the first
endorse,
reading.
Yes, take it for the first reading and get a proposer and a seconder from the audience.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
So I'm supposed to do what now?
Endorse the moment. The motion.
The motion, okay.
Present it for a second reading. If you subscribe to it, get a proposer and a seconder from the audience that we as a Spice family fraternity, we are going to handle our waste responsibly this year of the 2026.
Yes.
Well, I mean, I love it. So what language do we use? I, Ndu Okoh, fully endorse this motion, and I will then be proceeding to take it to the second reading, after which I will then ask for a proposer and a seconder from our audience, and we'll be doing that just before 7 o'clock. Because absolutely, take your trash with you and then dispose of it in a proper manner so that we can have sustainable activities towards the protection and saving of our environment. Do not behave like a buffoon when you have finished drinking out of a can and toss it out the window. Hold it until you get to a place where you can dispose of your garbage like a proper thinking human being.
You know what my mother would do for those who are littering? Nyathini. Nana kuambia utupe. Beba uende na nyumbani.
Bas, thank you very much. Let us start behaving. If truly where you want to go, I'm not going to even call the name of the country. If where you want to go is that place, I'm telling you, you can't chew gum and walk in that place. You cannot.
In the streets.
You'll be slapped. So I have used those many words to endorse it, and we shall be looking for a proposer and a seconder of that motion from our audience this morning. And you can send your comments with that proposing, and we will select who that is, and a seconder of the motion from our audience this morning that we will do in our capacity together and as individuals into the communities into which we plug. Make sure that we dispose of waste properly. Kabisa, I agree. Such things are did nobody give you money to propose this?
No, I've not yet been.
You've not yet been
the ambassador of responsible waste management. Not yet.
Not yet. All right, that's great. So we'll be looking for a proposer and a seconder via audience this morning, and that is exactly what we're doing, guys.
Yes.
Okay.
You want to talk about Mount Sakaja? It's still there.
Banange.
And many other mountains, hills. Yeah. I just saw one that is piling real quick along Naivasha Road, and
I saw a video. So I went to the Dandora dump site last year to see this thing that people are talking about, and I was flabberwhelmed and overgasted. Let me even make my own English, because it is not. How do you have walls? Walls of garbage. Then I imagined that when Moses parted the Red Sea through the power of God, that there were walls of water left and right, and there are walls of garbage in the dump site. You can drive through the walls like a maze. Unbelievable. That's where we're headed, folks. We can do better.
The saddest part is if you just decide to use that garbage, first of all, you get free energy, you can get fertilizer from there, you can get job opportunities there, and you can have a clean environment. But what are we doing? You're playing politics
with it.
With what needs to be done.
You even play politics with garbage.
With garbage.
With
garbage in, garbage out.
With crap. Playing politics with it.
And it's a huge source of raw materials for processing.
It is.
But we keep importing low-grade products from countries that are seeking to dispose their waste.
Their waste.
That's what they do.
That's what they do.
They create nice plastic cups and plates and toys.
Out of waste.
To dispose. They dispose it to Africa. They even pay people to bring it here, but then we buy, and what do we do with it? So,
you know, that one even flew over my head. At Mount Sakaja.
It's not me. It's the people who posted Mount Sakaja. It's not me.
Serious?
It's actually a thing.
Shy.
Yeah, I think you should have one. What's his name? Fanyamambo Kinuthia can describe it very well for you.
Take your garbage and put it in a disposed area. Come on, guys. Absolutely. If that alone, if we just clean up, we can actually make some great strides.
We say this is the year of doing what must be done.
Absolutely.
And there comes a time where we must claim what you need to own. This country is ours. Fine, we agree. There is also the Mount Sakaja and others. That's the responsibility of the county. But again, individually, in our own small communities, families, household, we contribute.
Absolutely.
We do. It has the public health impact on it. So we need to take responsibility. As we call out the government, let's also call out ourselves.
There's a lot that we can do. Muhimu kabisa. We can see you guys all streaming into the room this morning. Let's take a quick moment to say hello to you. Thank you for doing this every morning as you do. I say that we don't take it for granted. We do not. That you will take time out of your day to plug into this conversation, and that those who are supposed to be going to bed on the other side of the pond are awake to have a part of this conversation. Thank you. And that we make these conversations available to you through the rest of the day, and that you can click in SpiceFM KE on YouTube and across other social media channels. Thank you. Good morning to you, Don Sabwa. Ndu, yes, ask Aseto. Now that ODM party leader has talked, is it just a mode to ease the situation and tension and then strike?
You know, who's the spokesperson for ODM?
ODM
because everyone seems to be speaking.
Everyone speaks for themselves.
Everyone speaks. So even when the party leader speaks, the party leader that has said, "I'm ready to be the presidential flag bearer."
So he said he is the one. Yes.
Yes. So, and then we heard what other luminaries in the party also said. So who exactly is speaking for the party? I'm sorry, Mr. Yui. Don't sabwa.
No answer for that one. Okay. Well, perhaps it will be part of the conversations that we have this morning. We'll look and see what exactly does it mean when so many people are speaking. What happened? I'm likening it to the Tower of Babel.
Yeah.
When so many people were speaking at the same time. Babel. Robert Mbogo says good morning from Mombasa. Good morning to you. Michael Olanda is tuned in from Mombasa. Ala. Michael, you're in Mombasa. You're usually in Kigali. How are you doing this morning? Captain JP says good morning, Spice team. Good morning to you. And Desmond Otis is tuned in this morning. And he says, drivers, wacha tamaya pesa sana. Our lives matter. Let me tell you. I came in touch with a man over the break who had easily been awake for the last, 72 plus 24? Ding, ding, 96 hours. He'd driven, come back. He maybe slept an hour in between, going 8 hours between Nairobi and Kisumu, and then further on. Turns around, comes back. Because give or take, he was making 15,000 shillings profit because they doubled the prices because people want to go back and forth.
Yeah.
So he's making, 15,000 shillings profit per trip. So this money was too sweet. That's the thing, Tama, isn't it? This money was too sweet. But the man was a walking zombie. On his last trip, almost hurled people off the side of the road because he's asleep.
Yeah.
He's asleep. So what are we doing? Putting people's lives at risk for the almighty shilling? It's not just politicians. That's what you're saying, Joe.
Yeah.
And what are we doing as well? So on that one, Desmond, we agree with you, Kabisa. Tupac Shakur, Allah, he's alive.
Yeah.
Tupo area.
Guess who's back?
Guess who's back?
Back again.
Dear mama. Okay. George Adimo says good morning to you, Indian, and listening from Rongo. Good morning to you. Let's make Prophet Awuor our Minister for Health. Okay, Joe Mungai.
Actually, he's a medical doctor, eh? Nasema tu.
I have questions. Look at you. He heals people except himself.
But you know,
he went to America for knee surgery, leg treatment, something. I'm just asking. I'm not being facetious. But I'm asking.
I'm just saying, rusty pipes deliver clean water. I'm just saying.
The channel, it's the channel. It doesn't matter. It's okay. So
rusty pipes deliver clean water.
Okay, Joe.
But you saw also the Swahili said, "Mganga hajigangi."
Agugaga what?
Mganga.
Mganga.
Baba, you know Baba. I wish doctor never, ever performs rituals on themselves.
All right.
Yeah. And the Baba will never shave themselves because, and you can never inject yourself on the behind.
So, okay.
Unless you sit on it, but let's move on.
Let's move on very swiftly. Wait, Joe, wait. Joe Mungai, we see you. Good morning. This is all your fault, Joe Mungai. You're the one who started this conversation. Kiare Peter says, good morning. The beautiful thing about today is that you get the chance to make it better than yesterday. 100%. Hisa Daniel says, good morning. Tuned in. Madam Ndu, yes. What's your resolution for this year? I don't have one. actually.
That's the resolution.
That's the. I don't have one. I just want to do better every day than I did the last in whatever. And you know, I don't want to procrastinate. I don't have a resolution. I just want to do what I need to do every day and do it better than I did the day before. That's it. Good morning, guys, says Eric Awuor. Good morning to you. Bwangi Juma says, good morning, SpiceFM, guys. How are you all this blessed Wednesday? How are you?
Salama.
Very good. Hello, Princess Ndu. Good morning. While you were away, yes, CS Education issued 10,001 policy directions, our senior school selection, and it seems it was a policy that school charge between 10 to 30,000 shillings as admission fee. You want to call it admission fee? I want to call it make sure you get your child into the school.
Yeah.
Because without it, you're not. You guys, the amount of money that is moving hands between last week and the 12th of January when grade 10 students get to school is in the millions of shillings just to ensure that your child has a place. Where that money goes, I am none the wiser. But it is moving. Parents are coming with envelopes ready to say, you know what, take my child. This thing that Julius Ogamba is saying, my friend, it's just the top of the thing. But it's crazy. So yes, Leo. Good morning, Spice team, says Baba. 3 girls. I love that. Fiery Red is tuning in this morning. Good morning, Ndu Okoh and Joe. Alien, hey, Bana. It seems Akaenda. Well, of course, we're waiting. Carol Nyambura says, good morning, everyone. Now, Apenda Sana, wishing you a blessed day ahead. Good morning to you. Morris and Dati says, good morning. Fire Red, I laugh it when hatari. Imagine, hey, you guys, do you know what? On Monday, I spoke to myself. I wasn't speaking to people, but we were here. But anyway, thank you so much. Baby Talker says, good morning, happy new year. Missed you, Sana. Thank you for tuning in this morning. Let's discuss the ODM drama as it gets more dramatic every day. Yes, we're going to do that, Rahim Sula. We're doing that today. Desmond Oti says, good morning. Pole to EVE, Kabisa holding her in prayer, and her mother, of course. Christopher Ogore says, good morning, my fellow Spicers. Happy New Year. Tuned in from Maseno. Tibbs Muga is also tuned in this morning. Mashari Anjeru says, good morning, Team Spice. Ndu, Dennis and Joe tuned in from Portland in Oregon. Thomas Omosa says, you are an aspiring MCA. Okay. Mount View Ward 2027. Where is Mount View Ward? Or Mountain View Ward? All right.
It will be in Westland.
Westlands,
yes.
yeah. Watching and ready to listen to the big conversation. Karibu Sana. Baba Threegal says the code contextualizes Gashagua's sentiments in regards to regionalizing schools like Kitambo. Locals should be prioritized when selecting students. I said a good one. Stop building clubs, build schools. Yeah. Good morning, team TSR. Takayako Jukumulako.
That's good.
My proposed slogan for this campaign.
Your trash, your responsibility.
I love that. Perhaps you can make it something. Awuor, let's think about that, because it's something we're definitely going to be pushing in that moment where we remind the folks, and we can do something with that, I think. Jose Mahinda says, good morning. Okello Sam is tuned in this morning. This is the day that the Lord has made. Let's rejoice and be glad in it. Happy birthday to Baba posthumously. Today is the 7th of January. Baba would have been 84 today. No? Well, he died at 83. 82.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Yes. Posthumously in that area for sure. Jose Minor says good morning. Tuned in. Jeffrey Nicholas, good morning to you. Christina A says good morning. Good morning to you as well. Karibu Sana. Samuel Morira, good morning, Team Spice. Happy New Year. Ready for the day's discussion. Thank you for being here this morning. Arsman Jr. tuned in from Athi River. Waste is riches, and anyone with a different view should visit Regan Organics in Kinanie. Okay, I agree. It is riches, and we can do a lot with it, as opposed to just letting it rot on the side of the road. Come on, we can do better. George Buyu says, good morning. Nice to see you this morning. Missed you yesterday. Thank you so much. Had some important things to take care of. Not that this was not important, but that needed to be done. Spice, yes. When Jeanette Group attacks Sifuna, all are quiet. When Sifuna does ask for agents' payments, 6 MPs rushed the media for ceasefire. It's interesting, and we'll be talking about those things this morning. Beja says, good morning, following the Situation Room, tuning from Paddington in London. Good morning to you. And Ernest Arigi says, good morning. Happy birthday, Baba Raila Amolo Odinga. No more Canaan, we're heading to Singapore. Okay. Tutu West says it's a wrap. Happy New Year, folks. Been away. I missed you guys. Thank you so much for coming back. And Simon Mweho says, good morning, Team Spice, and Happy New Year. I'm just asking for a friend.
Yeah.
When do we stop saying Happy New Year? 15th of January. All right.
It's 1 more week.
Okay.
Just 1 more week.
After that,
Sauriako.
Sauriako. Sawa. All right. So Karibu, everybody, and thank you, as usual, for doing this with us. Let's look into the headlines today, and we'll start on Kenya's bold newspaper, The Standard. Rigged system fears. This is what's on the front page of The Standard. There's a picture there of IEBC chairman Erastus Ethekon, and the headline is the subs. Kenya's disputed 2017 and 2022 polls are back under scrutiny after a U.S. court filing thrust Smartmatic, the supplier of Kim's gadgets, into fresh controversy. A former Venezuelan intelligence chief claims, I don't know that Venezuela should be claiming anything at this point, but okay, let's go with it. It's interesting that in Kenya's politics, we have the US and Venezuela at a time like this in the same headline. But okay, let's go with it because these are the times that we live in. They claim the company's system was designed to alter outcomes, amplifying local fears already stoked in 2022 by Jose Camargo, that episode, when Raila Odinga's team cited a results form showing his name as an overlay as evidence of interference. The opposition is now demanding full disclosure from the IEBC ahead of 2027, warning Kenya risks a repeat of the Vifaranga via computer claims, where results were blamed on back-end systems rather than voters. Okay, so this is interesting because there's the opposition, there's a former Venezuelan intelligence chief, there is a US court filing that's putting Smartmatic in the center of a row, and then there's also this former Jose Camargo, all of this happening. Smartmatic allegations say a former Venezuelan military intelligence chief has alleged in a U.S. court that Smartmatic technology was deliberately designed to manipulate election outcomes under Nicolas Maduro. Are you surprised that this is happening at this time? Before this, did you people know that Maduro was the president of Venezuela? Election technology under scrutiny. Opposition leaders allege that the electronics voting and results transmission systems previously used by the IEBC are vulnerable to manipulation and lack sufficient transparency. It's not surprising that this is coming now, and it's a call for IEBC to do something about it. Foreign hands. The opposition also claims that reliance on foreign election technology firm limits local oversight, particularly over software ownership, server access, and data storage. Risk, and all of this culminates in a risk to the 2027 elections. The opposition warns that unless these issues are addressed early, the credibility of the 2027 general election could be compromised. Even if you're blind, deaf, and dumb, that would be obvious that if this was the case, that you probably would look at a compromise of the election. Perhaps we'll look into the details of that story.
Which opposition is claiming this stuff?
This is a good question, and actually I wanted to look into the details of the story.
We need answers to that because, again, it's the same government that is turning out to be opposition, turning out to critique itself.
The current one that is called the United Opposition,
the coalition
one
of
the
deputies.
Individuals there was the deputy president. At some point, so is he admitting that the 2022 election was actually manipulated by the same system that opposition went to court to complain about at the time. Now Lisa too.
C'est la question.
And I don't know, another silly question I would ask. The kits are merely an identifying tool for us.
Yeah.
Because we do the manual voting. You get your ballot paper, you cast your ballot paper. So it's just about tallying which, that we call them classrooms, you know, the polling station.
Yeah.
Just making sure that you voted in the right polling station and that you don't vote twice. So we still have regulations in play. We have safety keynotes that could allow us to deliver a credible and a reliable, quality, verifiable election.
If we want to employ them.
We want to. I think what you're facing is that some people are beginning what you call fear-mongering. Because remember, the moment they start talking about the ABC, everybody wants to, you know, to be out in the lookout and seeing what could be playing out here.
Yeah.
What are we being hoodwinked towards? So I think it's about time we IBC needs to come out authoritatively
and say, we can't,
and say,
this is the thing.
We don't need these assumptions.
Why do we have this pussyfooting around this issue? Why can't we just hear somebody vehemently stand up and say yes or no? You can't have this lackluster, wet, rainy day, slimy kind of approach towards something as serious as an election, upon which allegations of this serious nature were made just 5 years ago. Not even 5, 3.5 years ago, or even 2017. You can't have that. And then we're just, no.
One would have hoped that today, perhaps maybe even the commission would have come to say, fine, we have seen the allegations, we understand what has been filed at the US, we are investigating the systems, and we will give feedback on what we have found.
They were to give us a report, like an audit
on the
report.
by-election.
On the by-election.
Have you heard anything?
Upon assuming office, they were to do a proper audit of their office and then come out and tell us, this is how the commission looks like, this is where we are. I have not heard of it.
Hatuna budget.
Tutavote tu. We will still vote. 2027, no matter what they do, hata kama ni mlolongo, queuing system, we shall queue and count our vote. But voting we must.
Hey, Jamani.
Yes.
We'll look into this story a little bit more. There's some other stories in the Standard today that might irk you just a little bit, Mr. Aseto and Mr. Joe Kamanya. Parents are alleging 150,000 shillings bribe demands for senior school slots. So the folks are saying, okay, I have 20 slots I can give. You have 69 and above, 70, 71, 72, bring 150k. 100 and what years? 150k, not 149.5. No. 150,000 shillings. We give your child a slot. Are we surprised?
Why are you?
Exactly. If you're not surprised, that's how far we have degenerated. That you're not even surprised. Yeah, in fact, you even expect it. I told you yesterday I went to drop my daughter off at a national school in this country, and there were parents who were they were not bringing students. They had envelopes in their hands outside the gate.
So let's just say that in school, right? So we have the new entrants, around 300 students. Just assuming that's an entire class, right? So if you just have 72 students who are paying 150, we're talking about 10.8 million shillings. To whose pockets is it?
This is my question, because at that point I was wondering, I was like, okay, so I was saying goodbye to my daughter, all of this, and I said to myself, so this money, that in their heads they know that yes, can you imagine your daughter has scored a good enough mark to be in this institution, but still you need to seem to assist it with money. So who's collecting the money? The principal, the board, the teacher, who is collecting this money? Is a part of it going to the ministry? Who is actually collecting this money that people are bribing for? Those of you who are taking money, I'm asking. Those of you who are taking money to bribe the school, who are you paying this money to? Please tell us. Who are you giving this money to when you go with the envelope or when you go with M-Pesa loaded? Who are you going to give to your child?
And more to that, do you know who has created this enterprise? It is the CS.
It's the CS who has created it, absolutely.
Because towards the examinations, kids had selected the placements. The schools they would like to go to. And it was online, it was well facilitated, it was organized, it was expected to be implemented. But lo and behold, upon the results coming out, and then everything changed.
And then he's come back and said you can still go back to the school of joy.
Primary school, and talk to your head teacher and see where they could place you or change preference of a school. Now, I dare to ask, for how long are we going to tolerate? Because right now we are complaining about the bribing, but we never talk about the person who created the problem. Why can these CS of education just resign? We've had enough crisis.
In these 2 years, not even 2 years, in the time, it's 2.5 years. In the time that Julius Ogamba has been CS of education, my lord,
it's been chaotic.
It's been chaotic,
and we have not seen the end of it yet.
No, we haven't.
You know, it's so sad that we're talking about this, but it's seemingly a practice that has been there for a very long time.
It is. That's what I was saying. We're not surprised.
Remember, even the cabinet secretary for Interior, what he said: you must pay for fuel. For you to get service. It's the same thing that you're getting here. You have to oil someone's hands for your child to be placed where they had selected to be anyway.
So then why do we have processes? Why do we have processes? Why do we make children study for exams?
Yeah. Select.
Why do we make them go through this process of selection? Why do you have a presidential working party Angoa to go around the country to do things, to come and tell you how things are going to be when you're going to circumvent it with 150,000 shillings anyway? Why do we bother? Why waste time, waste resources that we could be applied to something else if you're going to go at the end of the day with your mouth just essentially telling people all you need to do is bring some money? That's basically what you have said.
What you're doing is the same thing that happened with that building in South Sea. We have a blueprint, we have what we need to do, but we choose not to.
You choose not to do it.
Do you now wonder why the thing came down? It's the same thing that is happening with the education sector.
Then we want to run around and wear hard hats and put on luminous jackets to explain something that we know already the response.
And you know who comes to help you investigate? The CA's Housing and Lands.
Thanks.
Comes to try and explain to you. They're trying to find out what could have gone wrong with this building for it to come
crying
down.
out
The same
loud.
thing. CA's Education comes and says, I've given you 2 weeks window as a parent to go back to your mother's school and try find a new placement for your child. Really?
Really? And all of this, and we're only on page 2 of the Standard.
Yeah.
I might irritate you just a little bit more because there's another headline in the Standard today, and it says grade 10. Now, follow me here.
Yeah.
Grade 10 textbooks. What's a textbook? It's the course text.
Yes.
It's the text that you used to read. Abby, has it changed? Okay. It's the text that you used to read. One would assume, and perhaps being elitist in this assumption, that the books for grade 10 are the books that you should start using to read on Monday.
Yes.
Abby? Okay, let's say Tuesday, because Monday is admission day. It's busy. People
Say
are
even
settling in.
Wednesday.
Okay, fine. Okay, the next Monday. Now, printing is to kick off for these books. Has not kicked off. Is to kick off. Future. It's called future present.
Future continuous
tense. Yeah.
Printing is to kick off for the books that you want to use to read starting Monday. The same government ministry has released 5.64 billion shillings for this printing. Were we not in this room last year when I told you? Did I not tell you that even those textbooks that they said they were going to have ready?
Do you know at what point we gave some 5 billion shillings? Yeah? Do you remember the time when we had that empowerment status? We spent 5 billion shillings. Perhaps maybe we would have spent that 5 billion shillings then to print books. Just saying.
If only we meant to.
We can connect.
Hey, Jameni.
Well, you see, it's annoying.
Wait, because we are still only on page 2 of the Standard. All of these things, you still need to look at the Nation. You need to look at the Star. Hey, my friend, which by the way is here. Our colleague, KTN journalist, we are in mourning over Josphat Macau, who passed away the day before yesterday. In Machakos, rather yesterday morning in Machakos, where he was undergoing treatment. May his soul rest in peace. And of course, we take a moment to obviously remember the good work that he did, and remember that those he loved and those who love him are at a loss because of his death. And this is unfortunately the second of our colleagues who's gone in a very short period of time. And you know, may the souls of the departed find eternal rest.
Amen.
Court finds man guilty of killing the lover of his estranged wife. That sentence in itself drives me a little bit nuts. And I'm going to go quickly. A court has found a man guilty of killing the lover of the wife who he had left already. They were already fighting. But now there was still something. You know, there's a thin line between love and hate. So he decided that he's going to kill this guy who was, you know, strumming his wife. And so now the court has found him guilty. How's that for some entertainment? You said okay. How's that for something?
That guy couldn't just walk.
Couldn't just walk away. No.
Yet he had already walked away.
He had walked away. This is my question.
Okay.
It's true.
But you know they say watu wenye wamejifunika duve moja gubigubi.
Usijiuliza.
Mambo ni
ukiachwa achika tu.
But there's that.
Yeah. Kama imeisha. If it's done, it's done.
Lazimisha mambo.
Hata usirudi kunini. Uganda denies internet shutdown claims. Okay, Uganda. Uhuru comeback rattles Ruto allies as mood shifts ahead of election. I don't know why people are just making noise because Uhuru Kenyatta is opening his mouth about politics. It's like when Jay-Z said that he was not going to record another album for himself, that he's going to be a producer. And then he would collaborate with somebody, and then people come back and say, Jay-Z, you said you were never going to sing again. He said, hey, I said I was not going to record another album. I never said I was never going to open my mouth again.
Yeah.
So why are people rattled that Uhuru Kenyatta is talking in politics? He is a politician. He never said that he would never open his mouth again. The Constitution disallows him from being president again. It doesn't mean that he cannot be a political figure. So ni.
And you see, the reading that I take from that, if you are a sitting president and people happen to like a former president more than you, especially one they detested, because they even refused to follow his direction and just decided to vote for you, you should be concerned about your own performance. It speaks about your performance.
It does.
Your rating is lower than the former president, who was not very much liked by the nation then.
Exactly.
Because remember, President Uhuru, the former president, had a candidate in 2022. People did not like him enough to vote for his candidate.
Yes.
They voted for alternative.
Yes.
Now, the people are turning around and saying, you, who is the sitting president, you are doing worse than that former president.
So we're going to say now people don't like the alternative.
You need to get yourself a copy of The Standard today because it reads like a novel, I'm telling you. It's Kenya's bold newspaper. Get a copy today. Let's look into some other headlines in other papers as you think about, you can also get yourself a copy of the e-paper. So log on and do that. And you can look into more stories making headlines today. Over to you, sir, with The Nation.
Yes, so on the Daily Nation, betrayal. Ruto Moi deal falters. So what was in the pact? Number one, state jobs. A plum position for Mr. Moi is, or his ally, as well as appointment of some KANU loyalists as principal secretaries and ambassadors. Now, number two was the 3 billion shillings debt settlement, nearly 3 billion the government owes companies linked to Mr. Moi and his family. And the Baringo race, Mr. Moi pulled out of the Baringo senatorial by-election, handing President Ruto's UDA candidate a walkover. Now, as studious silence from State House, an absence of appointments and a growing unease within KANU have reignited questions over whether a political pact between President William Ruto and KANU chairman Gideon Moi, entered just days to the Baringo Senate contest, ever truly took off, or if it has already unraveled. Now, Chiapo. Intern tutors planned job strikes to hit junior schools. Now, learning in public junior schools across the country is set to face severe disruption starting next week after about 20,000 intern teachers announced weekly demonstrations to demand permanent jobs. Did we not say last year that this needs to be addressed? We did, but ikasemekana will only extend their internship period.
Yeah.
Yes.
And now they've scheduled their strike for every Tuesday.
For every Tuesday, yeah.
Yes.
We're ready for Tuesday. And parents to pay for strike damages in schools. The court has ruled this is after parents of Litein Boys High School have been ordered to pay 69 million shillings to cover damages caused by students during a strike last year. Students need to be told, when you go on a rampage, when you decide not to sit down with teachers and discuss your issues, this is what happens. More burden to your parents. Yeah, inside the elite military units that keep the dogs of war at bay. That is a photo of Nicolas Maduro, and there are soldiers whose names we know and soldiers whose names we never will. And then there are those rare warriors who live in the seam between the two and whose deeds are carried in quiet breath between nations. They are called the Shadow Men.
All right. Sounds a bit spooky, but okay.
Wale wenye wanacheza chini ya maji. Exactly. And Ida and trustees step in to avert ODM implosion. So there's problem in ODM. Ida Odinga, wife to former Prime Minister Raila Odinga, says we will step in and try to salvage the ship that's seemingly going under. What do you have on the Star?
Yes, the headline: no medicine, no doctors. I'm not making this up.
Okay.
It's just the star shining.
Okay.
No medicine, no doctors, inside crisis in hospitals. Everyday reality facing Kenyans who depend on public facilities. That story continues on page 4 and 5, where one and only the person we cannot afford to hate, Nancy Gatungu, says an audit is revealing that according to the audit findings, most county referral and sub-county hospitals are grappling with chronic shortages of essential drugs, inadequate numbers of healthcare workers, run-down infrastructure, and a severe lack of basic medical equipment and supplies. It is unfortunate to see. Right now we're talking about education going down. Now we have health going down. I don't know where we are heading as a country. So that story continues. On the page 3, DPP to appeal sentence in child sexual assault case.
Okay.
The director of the public prosecution has announced plans to appeal the sentence imposed in a sexual assault case involving an 80-year-old girl, citing concerns that the punishment does not adequately reflect the seriousness of the offense.
I tend to agree. I don't even know the details, but I'm already in agreement.
Yeah. I think the things that we just have to agree on as a society, they need to come to an end.
Come on.
You know?
Yeah.
So, yeah.
All right. It's interesting that this is what it looks like. Can I go just a little bit into this story? This election thing is a big deal. And of course, asking and saying, you know what? Like you're saying, come out very clearly, Mr. Ethicon, Mr. Chairman. Because you just play around with this thing. Be very clear. Is your stance that it is impossible for the system as it currently stands to be rigged? There can be no interference? Tell people that. Is there still a threat of Jose or Juan or Garcia getting into the server? You need to tell people that, and that you're working tooth and nail all hours of the day to ensure that that threat doesn't become a reality. But you cannot sit in your ivory tower and expect that elections, upon which Kenyans are very, very finicky, and the process through which this happens, an entire election was annulled because of the channel. And this is a channel. Because of the channel through which these results then were delivered. This is the very same thing. Mr. Ethicon, sir, you have to actually come out and say, this is the process, this is the security, this is our assurance. Because you are not fostering any kind of confidence in the hearts and minds of Kenyans a year to an election. At least open your mouth, for goodness sake. At the very least, say something. Your silence does not foster confidence at all, especially since by-election took place in November, and you were supposed to do an audit and tell people this is what happened, this is what we think our performance was like, but you allow all of us in the court of public opinion to make our own judgments because nature abhors a vacuum. You say nothing, we fill it up with our thoughts from what we see. If the reality is different, sir, you ought to open your mouth. That's what I'm saying.
And you know what makes it even more difficult is the fact that this election and whether they're going to use the same system as the previous commission, it's a different question. But here you're talking about an intelligence chief from a country who owns these things, saying this entire system has been meant to manipulate elections. You as Ethicon, what's your response to that? Because whether you like it or not, IEBC is one. It's only individuals who change offices. What are you telling Kenyans today in terms of the system that you have put in place to ensure that the problems that were raised back in 2022, especially now that it has been backtraced by these new findings, that you're assuring Kenyans that elections will be free, fair, credible and verifiable? Because so far, these results do not exist.
You were asking who the opposition is. I'm trying to find them.
You know, this is a matter of national interest.
It is.
It should not be treated so casually.
Come on. And this is what we're talking about. People died in 2007.
And we don't want that again.
We don't want that to happen again.
We want to go to the ballot, vote. A winner is pronounced accordingly, and then our lives continue the following day. And the only way to avoid these violence that we experience is just planning ahead, coming out, infuse some confidence. Tell us that, yes, you're up to the task. Tell us the procedures and the processes. Let us even know, we as a civilians, what are we supposed to do and what is your role and all the other stakeholders. Just tell us.
So we talk about the opposition, and if you just go, there is IEBC is facing a political crisis after the United Opposition Coalition accused it of being implicated in a global scheme involving controversial election technology. So it is the United Opposition.
It's the United Opposition. Well, look, here, open your mouth.
Speak.
You need to say something, because the more quiet you are, this is what we're going to do. We're going to sit here, and then conjecture is going to be flying all over the place, and we're going to assume that you're going to allow another foreigner. Could be a Venezuelan today.
True.
Okay, maybe they're a bit in a tight spot. Maybe it could be somebody from Ukraine tomorrow. I mean, for goodness sake. own the thing. Let your sovereignty speak for itself.
Yeah.
Let people know, because people are very finicky at the moment in terms of what could actually happen. If you're letting somebody into the server, you've told people that the thing is foolproof. Prove it.
Let me ask a question in this room. Who knows exactly what IEBC today is doing in terms of having a system that Kenyans trust? I don't.
How many people have registered to vote?
That's a response, that's a feedback mechanism that Mr. Ethicon needs to pick up.
Absolutely. They told us they were going to do robust, Kiniko, after the elections. It was going to be robust. Do we even have 1 million registered voters yet? We don't. At the time of the by-election, registered voters had not crossed 150,000. And they want 6.2 million.
When will the enhanced continuous voter registration
begin? Enhanced, robust, those ones?
Yes.
What we've seen that has been enhanced and robust is politicians and their billboards out there.
Where? Okay.
Yeah.
Sawa. It's 7 a.m.
It is now 7 a.m. with ICEA Lion. Protect your today, securing your tomorrow.
The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Good morning. This is the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira. Migori Senator Ndu Okoh has withdrawn a motion seeking the de-whipping and expulsion of ODM Secretary General Edwin Sifuna from the party. In a letter to ODM Chairperson Gladys Wanga, Okoh, through his advocate, said he'd decided to pull back the motion filed on Sunday after consultations with party leader Oburu Oginga. The decision follows Oginga's invocation of Article 16, Clause 1G of the party constitution, which empowers him to facilitate amicable resolution of disputes through alternative mechanisms. Okoh had accused Sifuna of gross misconduct, violating the ODM constitution and breaching the Political Parties Act by allegedly promoting rival political parties' interests while serving as Secretary General. The Jubilee Party has defended its leader, former President Uhuru Kenyatta, against claims that he is attempting to destabilize ODM. It comes days after ODM Chairperson Gladys Wanga and Suna East MP Junet Mohammed accused Kenyatta of meddling in ODM affairs. Speaking to reporters in Nairobi, Jubilee Deputy Leader Fred Matiang'i called the attacks against Uhuru politically motivated, dishonest and aimed at diverting attention from the failures of the broad-based government. Matiang'i said Jubilee respects the independence of other political parties and denied claims that Kenyatta has a role in the reported divisions within ODM.
We are not involved in any conflict with anyone. We are not interested in any conflict with anyone. And we are not interested in goings on in any party. We genuinely believe in multi-party democracy, and we would like other parties who compete with us to thrive, because that is how Kenya will achieve the democracy that it aspires. So those who are having various conversations of various kinds in their own parties, internal conversations and internal arrangements, we wish them well.
The government is on the spot for sending to schools less capitation per child as first term starts. Kiharu Mpindi Ndinyoro has criticized last week's disbursement of funds, saying senior secondary schools alone are owed 22.5 billion shillings from the previous academic year. He argued that out of the recently released 26 billion shillings, only 3.5 billion shillings was meant for term 1, translating to about 109 shillings per learner. Nyoro accused the government of defunding the country's education and threatened to mobilize parents to take to the streets in protest.
By the time we are going to the mid-term, we expect the government to have sent the real money for this term. Failure to which we are going to mobilize all the Kenyan parents to demand what is their right. And their right is that they pay taxes. Free basic education has been there in Kenya. The Kenyan parents cannot continue to observe silently as the government continues to tear down and annihilate the right of learners in Kenya by not adequately funding the free basic education.
Nyoro's remarks came 2 days after Education CS Julius Ogamba announced the release of 44.2 billion shillings in capitation funds for the first term. 3.7 billion shillings was allocated to free primary education, 14.5 billion shillings for junior primary schools, and 26.1 billion shillings for free day secondary schools. The media fraternity is mourning following the death of Standard Media Group journalist Josphat Macau. Macau died on Tuesday morning at Machakos Level 5 Hospital, where he was undergoing treatment. He was 41. The Standard Group management and his colleagues condoled with his family, describing him as a dedicated employee and dependable co-worker. News of his demise sent shockwaves across the lower eastern media fraternity and the general public who knew the journalist. The Machakos County Journalists Union described Macau as a hard worker, saying his demise is a major loss to the journalism fraternity.
We received sad news for the passing of our colleague Josphat Macau, who worked for KTN for quite a while. I'm informed he joined KTN between 2009 and 2010. We have known Macau as a hard-working journalist. He has surpassed this region and beyond, doing stories on human interest stories, agricultural stories, political stories, and all that kind of news that newsmen deal with.
U.S. President Donald Trump has said Venezuela will be turning over up to 50 million barrels of oil to the U.S. after a surprise military operation that removed President Nicolas Maduro from power. The oil will be sold at its market price, Trump posted on social media, adding that the money would be controlled by himself and used to benefit the people of Venezuela and the U.S. His comments come after he said the U.S. oil industry would be up and running in Venezuela within 18 months and that he expected huge investments to pour into the country. That's the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira.
SpiceFM, Nakuru.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
We look at the utterances of leaders who are aligned to broad-based, who were initially in ODM. We thought they stand for something. Now they've been exposed.
Because we are a third world country, we are poor. And not because we don't have resources, but we have been robbed senseless.
Look at the wasteful expenditure. Look at how large government lives. And we've said this is something that can be controlled. It happens in many other countries.
Internally, we used to stand and tell him, boss, hii kitu ni mbaya. And you'd say, now he doesn't let me tell you, you saw the other parliamentary group meeting. People went there, sat, listened, looked at him. There was no plenary left.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation. The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
You have land, Dennis. Okay, your own land. You use your own money to build it, and then you sell it to yourself.
But we don't want foreign troops on Kenyan soil.
But surely it goes a little bit deeper. This is it.
If you find the tree is withering, then you call the person who is managing that tree. Come around.
Yeah,
Why don't tell me what is
first of all, what's the problem?
Yes, what is the problem there?
How do we expect ourselves to move forward as a country?
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
A very good morning to you at 8 minutes after 7 o'clock, and this is the Situation Room on this 7th day of January 2026, I beg your pardon. I think we're going to do that for some time. It's been 2025 for 12 whole months. We're getting to the new one at some point. 9 minutes after 7 o'clock, and even as you get into a new year, one must ask, you're doing it, and you're doing, well, you're out there, you're killing it, and you're asking yourself the question, as you're crushing your goals and making your moves, you have to be honest with yourself for a second and say, do you ever have that moment, that internal voice, that Jiminy Cricket of yours that says, everyone has a plan, but not me. I really need to get my act together. Folks around you, they've had savings. Folks around you, they know what they're going to be doing in the next 10 years. They know that after 25 years, they've already got something. Then they say, okay, yes, by 45, I'm going to retire. Because, I would have put enough of a nest egg aside for me to then be able to survive. That feeling of needing to get your future locked down is real. You want to do it. But listen, getting a plan doesn't have to be intimidating. It doesn't have to be elitist. You don't have to be a certain part of class to then get there. That's what I'm talking about, ICEA Lion. They're cutting through the noise and they're making financial planning relatable, whether it is looking to start a comfortable retirement or whether you want to plan your wealth, protect your assets, or prosper with retirement security. So stop worrying about the future and do something else. Start planning for it. Get the easy personal plan that works for you. And the question is, what's your plan? Do you know what your plan is? If you don't, that you're the perfect place, because the folks at ICEA Lion can actually help you get on your way to doing that. So I need you to go to icealion.co.ke today and then find out how you can actually be in plan. And while you do that, let me tell you how you can spend and win. Nobody's thinking about spending right about now, but if you are, spending and winning is very possible with KCB winning card. So let's talk about a once-in-a-lifetime chance to win a dream getaway. And how do you do that? Whenever you shop online, whenever you're buying groceries, you're fueling your car, whatever it is that you're doing, using this card, whether it is the credit, debit, or your prepaid card, you actually stand a chance of winning. So folks can walk away with 10,000 shillings a month, 10,000 shillings a week, 100,000 shillings a month, or that fantastic getaway for two to Zanzibar, where your flights, accommodation, and your exciting excursions are taken care of. And this is because you spent and you paid with your KCB card. It's a grand prize this holiday. So remember, when paying with your KCB card, it's not just safe and convenient. It also gives you an opportunity to be a winner. The more you pay using your KCB card, the better your chance of winning. So use your card today. It's the winning card. And remember that terms and conditions apply. KCB, it's for people and it's for better. So we're reminding of you this morning, even as we get into other conversations of buying and selling. In this case, there's not stuff for your kitchen, but stuff that you put in your vehicle. And we're getting into the economic logic behind the reform and KPC privatization. That's a conversation that we have this hour. One of our two guests is already here. Ken Gishinga is an economic analyst, and he joins us in the hot seat this morning. Ken, good morning.
Good morning.
How are you doing?
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. Aseto told us that we say this until the 15th, so you're in good place. We'll be saying Happy New Year until the 15th of January. So, Karibu Sana, we're happy to have you here. At some point in the morning, Ruth Kenyanjui, who is an economic analyst, will join us as well. We're going to be looking into the Kenyan Pipeline Company and what is the whole agenda behind this, because it is a big deal. Before we do that, we're listening to the people of Burkinabe this week.
Burkina Faso, beautiful people of the continent. Everywhere you go and you hear Ibrahim Traore, and everybody just loves this guy. 35 years now.
Yeah.
And pushing the country towards where he sees the country should be at. But the Burkinabes today are telling us that the pants of today are better than the breeches of tomorrow. How would you interpret that?
Wow, please say that one more time.
The pants of today are better than the breeches of tomorrow.
Wow, that sounds like a very deep Traore
proverb, yes.
I think if I would hazard a guess, I would say it's much better to make decisions and actions today than procrastinating it to tomorrow. Sometimes we put the best laid plans for tomorrow, but the reality is what we can do today is far more powerful. That's my guess.
Indeed.
Yeah. Your guess is right. Your interpretation is yours. You can never be wrong, because it is your interpretation and how you understand the proverb.
Right.
Fantastic. We'll look into that, and we continue our conversations. Also joining us this morning, has joined us in the room at this point, and we're going to throw you right into it this morning as well. Ruth Kenyanjui, economic analyst, also here with us this morning. Ruth, good morning.
Good morning.
And a happy New Year to you.
Happy New Year.
as well.
How you doing?
Good.
Good to have you, Karibu. Our proverb this week are from Burkina Faso. Asset was sharing that. We'd love to hear your interpretation.
So the proverb this morning is the pants of today are better than the breeches of tomorrow. The pants of today are better than the breeches of tomorrow. How would you interpret that?
I think like making the best use of today, because tomorrow is not guaranteed.
Indeed.
Indeed.
It is not guaranteed. Let's have a conversation about the Kenya Pipeline Company. It's the only one that moves oil product from the port of Mombasa through towards different parts of the country, towards different distribution points, and then there's offtake, and that goes within country and then also to other landlocked countries, one of them being Uganda, until maybe Tanzania has finished what it's doing with its port, and that we could probably see Uganda then offtake from Tanzania. But in the meantime, Kenya Pipeline Company is the only one which does what it does and then moves oil products around the country. And of course, apart from petrol and petroleum, we're also looking at things like kerosene and diesel, etc. Right? All right. That happens. National Assembly approved the long-anticipated privatization of KPC company, setting in motion what could be the largest initial public offering in Nairobi in more than 2 decades. A big deal. The National Assembly adopted Sessional Paper 2 of 2025. It provides the policy framework for the partial divestment of KPC. The move authorizes the government to sell up to 65% of the stake in the strategic petroleum transporter while retaining a minimum 35% holding. Parliament directed that the valuation of KPC, be disclosed in the IPO prospectus and supplemented by a simplified citizen-friendly report. That's the basic part of it. If we were to put all of that into simple English, is that stake in KPC then would be sold for people to then own. But this money then would be used to profit. It's one of the companies that the president spoke about and said, you know what, if we have profit-making companies in the country, why can't we take some of that profit and use it to develop? That's exactly what it would be used for. And then we start off the question then that why KPC? Was it not managed properly, or is it purely because there is adequate funding that comes from profit that can be used for something else? We'll start off with you, Andrew.
Ken.
Sorry.
Many thanks again and good morning. The path of privatization is a path that has been identified for the last decade or so. And I think the good place to begin this quick conversation is, what is the role of the state? What is the role of government? The role of government is to provide public goods to its citizens. And sometimes we use that word all the time, and I think it's important to define what exactly is a public good. A public good is a good, in economics, we say that is non-rivalrous and non-excludable. Essentially, this is a good that if Ndu is consuming it, it does not prevent Osido from consuming it. And the second quality of a public good is non-excludable, that if you pay or if you don't pay, you cannot be excluded. So a good example of a public good is national defense or clean air. So that's the central role of government. And all other items that do not fit there should actually be offloaded to the private sector. So as we go about this privatization, we need to ask, are these assets that we are selling, are they providing public goods or are they providing private goods? Now in Kenya, we've come up with a strange creature called public and private, where what Ndu alluded to is you divest part of it, so the entity becomes partly private and partly public, almost like Kenya Airways. And for me, that's actually is what has created the parastatals, which I think have put this country in a very difficult situation, because in economics, you either have public goods or private goods. There's no public-private goods, yet we have all these in between. And the problem with that is when you have an entity that is part government and part private, it's partly assuming national objectives and partly assuming private sector objectives, which means it will always be at odds. Now, when it comes to Kenya Pipeline, we need to ask ourselves, the issue of energy, is it a public good or is it a private good? That's the first question that should inform whether we privatize a company, or if it's Safaricom, does it provide a public good or a private good? There are people who argue that energy security is an issue of national defense. Energy security is not something that can be left to the private sector. So it should remain a state function. But there are people who say that there are efficiencies that can be enjoyed if you privatize this entity. I still believe energy is a critical part of national defense, because can you imagine if something, actually today, if you buy a piece of property that where there's a Kenya pipeline passing under it, you're not allowed to do any form of construction on it, even if it's within in fact, they'll compensate you. So it tells you there's an element of national security that they are safeguarding. And if that's the case, then it means Kenya Pipeline should actually be very firmly within the state's ambit, because it's an issue of national defense. It's an issue of sovereignty. In fact, I think the energy is probably one of the most important part of a country's sovereignty. So in as much as I'm very pro-privatization, I don't think the choice of Kenya Pipeline was a good choice. And number two, when you start offloading items into the private sector, you want to start with the loss-making entities.
Okay.
And Kenya Pipeline has been doing very well. You want to start offloading things that are weighing down on the state.
Okay.
And can be, but Kenya Pipeline, if you look at also Safaricom, they've been doing extremely well. There's no real reason. So I think out of those two arguments, I'd say for me that was not the most strategic move for privatization.
Especially because KPC is in a monopoly when it comes to the distribution of oil and oil products. The reasoning as to the privatization of this was very clear from the president when he spoke. And when he has spoken on several occasions, Ruth, is that it's a profit-making organization. And in order to develop, Kenya needs money. And so why not, sell off some stake to private hands and get this 100 billion shillings, which is what it looks like it would come from the sale or the partial divestiture of this, and then put it into viable economic development projects. Would that make sense?
I want to look at it in several ways. And if you can remember the last time we were discussing the finance bill, I think both 2025 and 2024, if there's one of the allocation that had really been decreased was development budgets. And because the government has been grappling with a lot of issues. Number one, education, all the way up, from the university all the way to even kindergartens, where the massive budgets have been going. Number two, other critical issues that have been going on and where the budget allocations have been massive is when it comes to health. And the complication that is coming with that, especially both because of the fact that there is a lot of it was given to counties, and how all that interrelate was really a difficult thing. So when I look at the privatization issue as a whole, it takes me back like 20 years ago or more, especially when I remember when I think the first organization that I can remember the government trying to sell out is KenGen. If you can remember, an IPO that really had a lot of stake, and everyone was queuing for it. If you can remember around that time, people were queuing for KenGen. And looking at how KenGen has performed over the years, to be honest, it has done very, very well, even after bit or part privatization. When we come back and we look at Safaricom, to be honest, it has operated the same for the very many years, and it has become one of the global, I can just call it a global footprint, especially that has put Kenyans in the global front, and it has allowed there a lot of integration, even with both the economy as a whole, from individual perspective, to interrelating with the infrastructure of Safaricom to give a lot of tech solutions across, not only across Kenya, but across Africa.
So does it make sense that the president would say that these are profit-making organizations and that we can actually take the money and use it for development-related activities?
So
I'm driving my point there. So when it comes to the sale of KPC, I would look at it well from why the government is doing so and why we can resist and the benefits. So when I look at this sale, as much as we can complain, yes, KPC is a profit-making company, I think, and maybe this might not be a very most popular idea, is I think it is a good idea. Because one of the things that necessitates or enables or makes possible for government to sell some of these organizations is to ensure that it can get a lot of sum of money to be able to do big developmental projects. And whether private, both private and public-owned kind of partnership, they both profit the good. Today I missed a big turn on the expressway and I found myself in the, in
Mombasa.
Almost somewhere. That's why I was late. And when I was looking at the benefit of the same public-private partnership, I think it's still for the common good. Do we have, as a country, the laxity that is needed for us not to do what is needed to be done right now? No. Why? Because the World Bank and IMF are not going to be funding us the way we thought they are going to be funding us because of the requirements that we are not meeting, because we are already paying so much tax loans out there, almost 70% of our GDP, and we do not have what it takes right now. So critical decision needs to be made, because, for example, if any of you, we just came out from the festivity and were among that route that was going to Nakuru and its environ, you know what really happened, and the waste of time and the waste of economic time and turnarounds that could have been done. So developmental projects have not been done for the last 3 years, actually, since this government came to power. And if I remember when the expressway was being done, there were people who are really pessimistic and really not supporting it. But you can see how it has unlocked a lot of things. So do we now say that this doesn't happen? Because even if it's, for example, the product that is being sold, it's normally distributed through the private companies. What are we now trying to say that it is a governmental?
I'm sorry, I know that Asato and Joe want to ask a question, but I just want to ask, you said 3 years, development has not happened. Why?
There has not been enough allocation of enough budget to do major projects.
Not that the money doesn't exist.
The money has been there, but very little developmental allocations.
Why?
I explained that earlier, if you can remember. The focus area, the governmental focus area has been actually 3 things, even if that has not been like really well outlined. The first thing was, I spoke about education, where like almost 700 billion was going to, especially in the 2026 budget. Number 2,
and we can't see, okay, and we can't see the results.
I know. And apparently, when it comes to government public issues, it is more about satisfaction, and it doesn't take a short time, it takes a long time. Yeah. Number 2,
we could argue about that. Number 2,
Number 2, I spoke about health. I spoke about health. And number 3, we know that there is a lot of housing development, which is a focus area for government, which cannot be ignored.
Which Kenyans are paying taxes for.
Which Kenyans are
development money set aside.
Yes, but still a lot of focus area is still on the low cost housing.
Go first, Josphat.
I know he'll assist me.
Well, today, Ruth, just for your attention, the Daily Nation is talking about the crisis in education, underfunding and mismanagement of the same. The Star is talking about the crisis in the healthcare, underfunding, lack of everything from personnel, equipment and all that. I think what you're highlighting very well is mismanagement of an economy. In my opinion, you are citing fiscal pressure, that the government is not able to raise enough revenue. It is in bad books. It cannot borrow because we have overborrowed. We are in deep, we are below, waist deep when it comes to borrowing. We're in odious debts. That's why we cannot be lent any money by IMF, World Bank, or anybody else. So the fiscal pressure is what you're citing as you're trying to defend that position, which I appreciate. But again, we need to be very realistic. I think there's something called strategic importance. And that's why most of these utilities, they're managed by the state. When you talk of telecoms, when you talk of the energy. So when we have narrowed down as a country to a point where we cannot borrow anymore because we have overborrowed, most of them is odious, which is illegal. It's a criminality the government has committed. The monies you're saying have been allocated to the ministries and the sectors, education, health. They are non-existent in terms of, if we had good education system, we would agree, then perhaps we need to sell so we can do what needs to be done again. The housing you're talking about, people raise money to build those houses, so the government does not chip any single coin. Actually, they divert the contribution because, in a year they collect about 100 billion. But what they have utilized now is less than 20 billion in the units that they have completed. They have invested that money illegally. So the question is, how do we justify the economic crisis we are in, and again say that we can offset or offload the few profitable parastatals we have? And then the question would be, second question for me is that Kenya will not always be in an economic crisis. When we rise to normalcy, when we come back to the equilibrium, are we able to recover these parastatals to state management?
Yeah, I'll answer that. Maybe you want to add?
Maybe Ken will help after I start to ask this question.
Yeah.
So we talk about KPC, and you look at the importance of KPC in terms of the movement of the asset that it does carry. And one would say there is no country in the world that does not depend on energy, right? So you look at even the fight today between US and Venezuela, it's on oil. And you go to the US, one of the biggest reserves that the country takes care of is the oil reserves in the country. Go to Russia, Ukraine war. The first thing that Ukraine hit in Russia was the Russian oil reserves, because you hit that and the economy of the country comes to a standstill. Go to Africa, South Africa, and the oil reserves. Everybody seems to be having that. In Kenya, we have a resource that is KPC, that is, first of all, operating on profit. It is giving us an opportunity for us to take care of our economy, but we look at a situation where, as much as it's giving us the profit, one would ask the question, with all the profit that KPC has given to the government of Kenya, what has that money been used to do for us to say that we just need to get rid of this and use this money for development? Because expenditure is our biggest problem in the country. Expenditure, mismanagement, and corruption is our problem. We seal all those loopholes, and we're good. We're losing 3 billion shillings a day. 3 billion shillings a day. If we recover all that, we don't need to sell KPC. I mean,
in a month, you have the 100 billion you're looking for.
You have the 100 billion you're looking for, which goes to say that the sale of KPC is ill-advised. It is a way to tell Kenyans we'll get 100 billion at a go, but not look at the bigger picture on where the problem is at. That's how I would look at it. Perhaps, I don't know.
And I think, Aseto, I would not have put it any better. When you talk about a country's security or a country's sovereignty, there are 4 pillars of sovereignty. Number 1 is what you said, energy, security. Number 2 is food security. He who feeds you controls you. Number 3 is your monetary, and that's why I was very upset with the issue of M-Pesa as part of Safaricom sale being offloaded, because now you have people sitting in South Africa who can make a decision on your M-Pesa and what can and cannot happen. And number 4, it's your military. These 4 aspects cannot be outsourced, no matter what argument of profitability, because there are elements of national security. I mean, you go back to Europe, you mentioned Europe, there was a Nord Stream pipeline that was going from Russia to Germany, and it was really invested. It was supposed to be pitched as the best infrastructure project. But now when Russia went the direction they did, all the Western European countries, not least Germany, were put up in a very difficult situation, because now that is your source of your energy. I think the blessing we have had in Kenya is we've never really been at war, literally, since 1963. We've never really been at war. So we never really think of issues of security per se. And that's why we always talk about profitability. Is it profitable to sell Safaricom? Because we've never really been at war. But think of, in the event things don't go well with your neighbors, that infrastructure, that oil infrastructure, if somebody says, actually, a group of businessmen sitting in London say, actually, we want to determine how much oil will be passing through. That can easily collapse a country. So I think the benefit, we've never really been at war. It means we never think of matters of war and peace because we've never really been there. But talk about the countries you've talked about. Yeah. Energy is at the heart of decisions. If Germany was to vote again on the issue of Nord Stream, I'm sure they would say, no, thank you. We want to have our own resources. So I think it's something we have to think about, especially given the peacetime we've enjoyed, that we don't think hard about that. And it's in a way it's a blessing, but it can also make you a bit naive about the decisions moving forward.
Right. Should there be some kind of, and this is a question for both of you, can start with you, Ken, that should there be some kind of traceability factor when we see, because look, for all intents and purposes, if the National Assembly has already gone ahead and assented to level 1 of this, the likelihood of us seeing the divestiture of KPC is a reality. It's going to happen. So we can't be talking about it should or it shouldn't. It's going to happen because now where we are is moving forward. Should there be traceability in terms of a factor, in terms of what happens with this money? Because it is public money. What is being sold, what is being divested is the government stake in this company. And that is public money. It's money that's made from taxes, that's gotten largely from taxes. So if you then sell stake, the money that is retrieved from it, we should be able to account for every penny of it, and we should actually be able to trace where it goes and what it goes towards. Whether it's going to go into this kitty. Remember, there's a kitty, 5 trillion shilling kitty that is being investment fund. Thank you. And this money from the divestiture of companies such as this goes into that kitty, and there's going to be a company that's going to be formed. There'll be a CEO and all of these people who will then govern and administer over these funds. Should we then not be able to see, as a result of that, where every penny goes and what it goes towards? Ruth tells us that there's been no development in Kenya for the last 3 years. I'm really afraid then, if you are going to have a 5 trillion shilling investment fund, if no development has happened in 3 years, what's the guarantee that in the next 2 years, any development will occur? Okay?
That's a powerful point. The proceeds of the sale of these assets should go back to where I began this conversation, to providing the public goods, because that's why countries exist. So it should not be just on infrastructure. Yeah, infrastructure is one component, but part of it should be on national defense. We still have parts of this country where banditry is still, people cannot do business, people cannot go to school.
Yesterday, people are crying about the fact that they can't send their children back to school because there are bandits running amok in the middle of the city.
Yeah, that's true. So you need to be able to expand your security infrastructure so the whole country is safe. You have to have access to justice, law and order. The judiciary continuously tells us that they're underfunded. So many cases are stuck in courts because of backlogs. So the sale has to go back to providing public. It cannot just be contained within an infrastructure fund. Infrastructure is just one part of providing public. There are many other things. And you talked about education, you talked about healthcare. It has to be able to address the issues. Otherwise, it Kenyans start misunderstanding why are we doing this in the first place if our lives are not getting any better.
And from a constitutional point of view, these parastatals are owned by the state, means they're owned by the people, because they were raised and built up by our taxes. So today, in my opinion, anything that we sell that belongs to the people needs to go to the people's account, the consolidated fund. And I don't know whether the setting up of the infrastructure fund builds up a parallel budgeting for development, which I think is illegal. But now I would ask, how then do we justify that we want to sell KPC or any other, Safaricom and the rest, so that we can build roads? Isn't that an illegality by itself in terms of finances? Should the money go back to the consolidated fund, and then it is allocated from that point to, as you say, maybe to defense, to judiciary, and any other any other of our components?
Thank you. I like both of your questions, and I'll go back to your earlier one when we go to both education, the health, and also the buildings and affordable housing. So one of the things that we don't speak loudly in this country is the issue of corruption. And the fact that corruption is really budgeted. So what we saw, or what we've seen, previously, especially in the education system and also in SHA, is what is causing a lot of problem because there's a lot of spillage in the money. We know it was all written in the newspapers, how non-existent schools were funded, and how existent school were not funded, and there's a lot of that. We saw even an MP, I think in yesterday's newspaper, saying if they do not receive their capitation by a certain time, they mobilize the parents to ensure that parents can start funding school, because education is something also that cannot be compromised. And one of the things that this government needs to deal with head on is the issue of corruption, because corruption, no responsibility has ever been taken to anyone when it comes to corruption, and that is the elephant in the room. This country has enough resources to ensure that everyone is secure, and this country actually, the reason why I'm supporting this whole issue about KPCs, because there's no way we can ignore the private sector contribution in this economy. 80% of the contribution and even spurring economic growth in this country happens through the private sector. When we look even from the reason why the government normally sells some of these institutions is just to bring in like better management, even accountability. If you all can agree that previously, especially when it comes to all issue budgets, there has not been accountability. Why were Gen Zs going to riot and bring all these issues? They were all looking for accountability, and that is what we are lacking as a people. So selling of KPC is not the big deal or big issue. When we go to the investment fund now, that is where the big issue is. Is the money going to do the things that it was made to do? Because by the time the bill is going through the parliament, you can be sure even public participation, happened or not happened or perceived to have happened, has been done somewhere, So,
and that's the thing.
Yeah.
To an extent, and I think that's where it's all hidden in plain sight. So we're going to have a conversation about whether the private sector can actually handle the operations of KPC. And I don't think that's the issue. What is being hidden here is what is going to happen with the funds that come from the sale or the partial divestiture of this company. We have seen that the private sector continues to thrive. That is why we have seen the mushrooming of private schools. That's why we saw the mushrooming of private hospitals. That's why we see the mushrooming of, in other countries, private energy suppliers, Nigeria, for example, who've done a better job than the national power providing company. In South Africa, the same thing. The private sector continuously does a better job than the public sector. The economy of nations like the US itself is run on private companies. Take your pick. But in this case, it is not that somebody will come in and handle the operations of KPC. It is that 100 billion shillings that you are going to get from the sale of this organization partially, what is going to be done with it, and why should this money go towards this, what did you call it?
Infrastructure fund.
Thank you. Instead of the consolidated fund. Is that not where the fine print then comes in, Ken?
I think there's something we need to clarify, and I think many Kenyans still might not appreciate it. These funds that are being put in the infrastructure fund, they will not really be going to build infrastructure, because remember what the president said at the State of the Nation address: for every shilling that is put in the infrastructure fund, 10 shillings will be put by pension funds into that fund. So it's really the pension funds that will be building the infrastructure, and the same goes for the affordable housing. It's not really your deductions that are building the houses. It's a fund to help de-risk the sector. It will be actually pension funds building these and other capital holders building the houses, and if they do not get offtake, then this is the money that they'll use. It's more of a backup to these things. So the question somebody might ask is, why is it that these entities find it so risky to put in money themselves that there has to be a fund to be able to do? What is it about doing business in Kenya that, because many Kenyans build houses and they sell them?
Yes.
Why do you feel that you need a special fund build a lot of houses, but because it means the doing business in Kenya is very risky. So I think that's the underlying factor they should actually be looking at. Why is it that so many investors want to put in money in your infrastructure, in your Mau Summit Road? You know, that road, the traffic on that road should be able to pay you back. So why do investors insist on having a separate fund to be able to de-risk it? It means the aspects of doing business in Kenya, the appearance of doing business in Kenya, to many investors, Kenya still remains a very risky place to be.
So isn't that what government ought to be fighting to fix? Because the role of government is to provide a conducive environment through which business can be operated, leading towards economic development.
Absolutely, and that's why I said at the very beginning, we need to look at the public goods. One of the public goods is law and order. If a company knows they can go to court and be able to get a ruling in their favor, then they'll say, okay, then the cost of doing business is not risky. If something that does not happen my way, I can go to court and be, and so I don't need to put so much money. So I think, absolutely to your point, Ndu, is we are not looking at the fundamental point of people look at doing business in Kenya as risky, and before they commit their own, pension money is very sacrosanct. This is workers' money that has been saved over many years. So any responsible fund manager, before they put in money into the Mau Summit, like NSSF is putting in, they have to be absolutely sure that they will not lose money. And that's why they insisted on this fund. And the reason they can't touch the consolidated fund is that is where all money for government debt, the consolidated fund has funds for paying all creditors, and critical expenditures are paid through the consolidated fund. So it's impossible. It's very difficult to touch, and that's why they felt they had to create that alternative fund. But it goes back to the issue of doing business in Kenya. How come in the past, many people, if you go back to 20 years, people used to invest in these things without asking for de-riskment, and why is it now that everybody needs and that's what we need to do? It means our court systems, and people don't feel like if they go to court, if the government does not approve in their way, they will not be able to get there. And you've already seen stories in the papers where I don't know which entity has gone to court and they will not be able to get how much they invested back. That's one of the issues. So I think that's the fundamental thing. How do we make the business of Kenya so attractive that people do not need?
You see, is the diversion from the consolidated fund the step away to set up an alternative in terms of the best practice in finance management of an economy? Is that appropriate? Is it a best practice standard?
I know it's very, let's go back to the fund managers, the pension funds. The total pension holding in Kenya is in the trillions.
Yes.
Most of this money is sitting in government bonds. That's like the number one asset class.
Yes.
And government bonds are paid back through the consolidated fund. So there's no bondholder in this country who'd want that fund to be touched. In fact, it would make the risk profile of Kenya
very high.
All your euro bonds.
Yes.
So that's why, in as much as they're trying to say it may take a long time, that they know the difficulty of touching. You actually have to talk to all the bondholders and say, do you guys agree that there'll be another avenue of money? And they'll say no, because that is where they get their revenue. So it tells you, first of all, it's a narrative of our debt situation, that we have so much debt that you touch that fund, our interest rates will just rise overnight. But again, you go back to the fund managers again and ask, I think we have, in economics, is a problem what's called the excess capital. This is something even Marx had even talked about, how capital accumulation becomes so much and it can actually destroy a society itself. If you look at how much savings we have, NSSF, all the fund managers, they've already utilized the different asset classes. They put money in government bonds, they put money in equities,
housing and all
in
that.
real estate. But the problem with real estate, it's not very liquid. So if your pensioners need monthly payments, and real estate can take time to sell. Government bonds also, there's a maximum you cannot exceed. So the new avenue is infrastructure, and that's where they're trying to put money in. infrastructure to be able to diversify. But the question is, is it the priority for the country? Back to your question of education and healthcare. Is that the priority?
I mean, you see, we talk about the cost of doing business in the country, right? So you look at our taxation regime, which is not predictable. So businesses would never think of coming to invest in Kenya because the next 2-3 years, we're not sure if the taxes will favor us or not. We also look at, let's look at even KPC and the profits that it made in the past 3 years. We're talking about that is 9.7 billion shillings. And anyone would ask, are we able to trace what this 39.7 billion shillings has done to the economy that would make us say that we want to sell KPC? And it's an emphatic no, we cannot trace where that money has gone to because there is corruption in the country. We talk about a taxation regime that does not inspire confidence for investors to come invest into the country, which then goes further to explain that if we go back to the basics and fix what we need to fix, get rid of corruption, that we need to have a taxation regime that would encourage investors to come into the country, that we would not struggle to raise 100 billion shillings that we're now selling KPC for, that through taxes that investors would be paying the government of Kenya, we are able to move and able to put our priorities where they ought to be. So the problem is not, so the issue here is not selling KPC to get funds. It is us fixing our policies, us fixing our taxation regimes, us looking at our expenditure. Some ministries here are spending millions on chai and mandazi. Let's close all those bolts and nuts and ensure that the country is headed the right direction by doing things right. Even if we decide to sell KPC, but we've not gotten rid of the mess, the 100 billion shillings will disappear.
And as you answer that, I just want to ask a simple mathematical question here. How much did we say is being collected by our taxes on the housing, affordable housing?
100 billion.
100 billion a year? So far, just under 2,000 units countrywide. I think that's even impressive. We're probably at around 1,600 units have been constructed around the country, right? Yes? No? Okay. From estimates that we've seen coming out of that particular state department, it costs about 3 million shillings to develop a two-bedroom apartment unit, and that's the basic. We're saying 2 bedroom. There are some that are 1 bedroom. There are some that are 3 bedroom. Few, but most of them are in the 2-bedroom area. It costs 3 million shillings to do one. If we have done 2,000 around the country, that is 6 billion shillings. 6 billion, and we've not crossed 2,000. So where does the money go?
Good question. First, I want to agree with him, like in totality. Our policies are wrong in so many ways. And even the process of taking policies into law takes a lot of time. And also, the ones that the government wants to favor, they go through very fast. And that is one of the major issues that we have to deal with as a country. And that enables something called equality. And especially, we just saw, I think last week, there are many companies that are withdrawing out of Kenya because it's so hard to do business in Kenya. So the ease of doing business has continued for very long to be very difficult. However, the reason why I like your point a lot is because of, if you look at both of them, especially in the balancing of the fiscal policy, there's a lot of win-win. Especially even with this infrastructure fund, because the government is trying not to come back into our pocket like it did a few years ago, because it doesn't want to grapple with the issues of tax issues that citizens are already so much aware. And that is why other bills are being passed around, the finance bill. And there's a win-win. So they're looking at how are we going to do this without coming back to your pocket, and raising a lot of questions. So in terms of balancing the tax policy, even for the last 3 years, I can say from where I sit, it's really balanced. Why not only for 2023, 2024, where the fund, the housing levy was introduced. I think after that, not a lot of it has been done, and that is why the government is trying to balance both the interest, the forex, just to ensure that it balances and it can be able to get more income from other sources. even as we continue and as we argue about the whole issue of KPC, we can stand here and say that the government is owning a lot of many other resources, and maybe even before the introduction of the KPC, there were others that had been introduced. If you can remember 2 years ago, the likes of KICC and the SALT, So maybe we can say this has a lot of interest, especially by the public uproar and all that, but it's something that is continued. Yeah. The only thing I can say, accountability is not clear, and that is where the spillage is. But if things can be done in the goodwill of this country, yeah, and I'm not standing here defending the government. I have nothing to stand, but I like balancing and seeing the common good, the general good for not only now but the future. How then does it ensure that the countries continue standing like he was saying, especially when it comes to ensure that the bonds and everything is secure enough to secure the country like it has been, to something in the foreseeable future, all that has to be balanced. When it comes to the accountability that has been asked about the 2,000 units that have been built out of the 3 million and is coming to around 6 billion, I do not want to say, because I cannot, I'm not in that housing levy fund, but what I can say maybe, there's a lot of incompletion that is happening maybe throughout the country. If you move around this city alone or environ, you see all this incomplete infrastructure all over. The question now we should be asking is the accountability question. Until when? How long is it going to take? How much has been invested? What is work in progress? The certificate, what is the certificate level, especially for the building, that is the buildings that are all coming up. And that way we balance. The reason why I'm saying that is because we only have this country, and I like saying that question or repeating that issue again. We only have this country, and we have to be balanced both ways and say, yes, the government, like she has said, like the government, we are not going to stop right now the issue that is in the National Assembly. How can we be able to follow through it positively and ensure and ask for accountability? Where is the money going to go? Who is going to be managing? When I can ask a whole question to the four of us. How do we know whether KPC has been operating optimally, even with those 36 billion that you're speaking about? How can we stand? Is there a higher optimal level that maybe has been discussed or foreseen, or due diligence has been done, and it can operate to a higher capacity and maybe take oil even further, maybe not only Uganda, to other countries? These are the critical questions that we should ask.
Well, Ruth, I admire your optimism, and I hope we can all rally behind that and convert that to actionable point. However, I think the concern is not just the sale of the KPC or Safaricom. It is the mismanagement of our economic situation. And you realize also, everybody talks about the priorities, that this regime has the priorities inverted. We should not be building houses, in my opinion. We should be building schools. That way, we will not be having a crisis of placing grade 10s a county away for a day school. We will not be having a crisis of not having enough equipment in the hospitals. So then, if we had our priorities correct, we would perhaps front an argument and say, now we can move to privatization because we have met the basics. The public policy is working for the public. Therefore, for us to accelerate, because I agree we need to move to pace up in terms of development, we can move to privatization. But once we don't have confidence, one, in how we are managing our economy today, the odious debt situation, we've never had a public audit of our debt. It has never been publicized. Every regime comes and says we will do it. It has not happened. The CS Finance has not provided that, but they are pushing privatization. It is upon the government that perhaps you feel sorry for to come out and inspire confidence. Let us know this is the situation we are in and this is why we need to do this. Otherwise, where we stand today, in my opinion, this privatization is just going to be another project. We'll be saying we should not have done it 3 months, 6 months later. I don't know how you feel about that, Ken.
I completely agree with you. We have a confidence crisis, and that's coming from a trust deficit.
Right.
Investors love Kenya. They want to invest in Kenya, but they don't feel they have enough trust and confidence. We've just come from laying our brother Cyrus Jirongo a few weeks ago, and he was one of the first proponents of the NSSF Nyayo Estate, not too far from here.
Yeah.
So if this was in the early 90s, this was like 35 years ago, So if a big pension fund like NSSF had all the confidence to put up all those housing units, which were all taken because the demographics make sense. We have a big housing deficit. So even if you do a feasibility study, it tells you there's a big deficit. You need houses. Why is it that people need additional security? That now you have to start deducting money in the name of an affordable housing fund to even give them more confidence? The numbers alone should, and then SSF houses were all taken. I think it's one of the most successful projects without any deductions, because people believed, I mean, the demographics, it made sense. So how is it that people can do a feasibility study, they say it makes sense, but they still ask government for additional security? Because what we are contributing there is really security. It's not money that we'll be building. It's more of an insurance that in case those houses are not taken up, then the government. But why do people need that in the first place if the numbers make sense? It tells you we have a major trust deficit, major confidence crisis, that even the most obvious projects that could be done by anybody with zero insurance now require some special fund to guarantee. I think that's the fundamental thing we need to go back and reflect. How did we get to a place where trust deficit became so big
that these things are being done and that these houses are actually being constructed, or that what is going to happen with monies that come from sale or divestiture of public organizations in whatever way is not the issue. That folks are now asking the questions, that what is going to happen and what did happen to public trust, that there is a deficit, there is distrust, and it has come from mistrust, and it has all come from lived experience, that what happens with monies that are of a public nature. And so these are the questions that we must continue asking. We must continue having these conversations, and that's how we do that. For us to be plugged into this discourse, Ken Gishing and Ruth Kenyanjui, thank you so much for being here with us this morning. Of course, we continue these conversations, but thanks for being in the hot seat this morning.
Thank you.
Asante sana.
Thank you.
They'll continue. It's 8:01. Good morning.
It is now 8 a.m. with ICEA Lion. It is time to plan ahead with ICEA Lion. What's your plan?
The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
The National AIDS and STI Control Program and the Health NGOs Network have warned the public against claims that HIV can be cured through faith-based or other non-medical methods. In a joint statement, the organizations stress that HIV has no cure but can be effectively managed with lifelong and true antiretroviral therapy, or ART. When taken correctly, ART allows people living with HIV to lead long, healthy lives and prevents the virus from spreading. NASCOP expressed concern that misinformation could cause individuals to stop or delay treatment, risking serious illness, drug resistance, and preventable deaths. The program emphasized that decisions about HIV care must be made by qualified health professionals in accredited facilities. Kakamega Deputy Governor Ayub Savula has announced his exit from former Cabinet Secretary Eugene Wamalwa's DAP Kenya party, saying he's joining the broad-based government for the sake of development. Savula, who failed to campaign for DAP Kenya candidate Seth Panyako in the recent Malava by-elections and instead supported David Ndakwa of President Ruto's UDA party, said he's moved on from DAP Kenya. He was speaking on Tuesday after attending a meeting by UDA leaders and officials on the upcoming party grassroots elections.
ODM is now in broad-based. I want to work with my governor, and my governor is working with the president. The only simple thing, if you are clear in your mind, is to work with the government. And I've moved on. I can't play opposition politics at the expense of development for this region. We are focused. I've moved on. That's why I'm deputizing Lusaka in this great movement to make Ruto become a two-term president. We don't see any other opposition. Tell me who can beat Ruto, surely. Broad-based. There's no party. I can go to UDA, I can be in Ford Kenya, I can be in ODM, I'll be in the government of William Samoei Ruto, not the DAP Kenya.
Investigations into the fatal shooting of a 14-year-old boy in Kisauni, Mombasa County on New Year's Eve are ongoing, the Independent Policing Oversight Authority has said. Dennis Ringa was shot at the Utange Swale Nguru shopping centre. In a statement, IPOA's chairperson Ahmed Isaac Hassan said the agency launched investigations last Friday and has so far interviewed key witnesses, including police officers and members of the public. The authority said the evidence from the scene, as well as relevant police documents, has been obtained and preserved. Once investigations are concluded, Hassan said the authority will forward the inquiry file to the Director of Public Prosecutions with recommendations on the culpability of the officers involved. Police in Homa Bay County are investigating the rape and murder of a 7-year-old girl in Chamakoa Village, Mbita Sub-County. Fedona Ocheng, a grade 9 student, went missing on Monday morning. Her body was discovered later that night by her family. Mbita Police Commander Nathan Sanya gave more details about the incident.
A teenage girl by the name Fedona Awuor Ocheng was found murdered in a bush near their homestead. According to the information that I received from the family, it is that the girl was going to the post mill around 11 a.m. but she took quite a long time before she returned back home. Family started to search for her, and the mother thought that could be she was somewhere else, maybe with her boyfriend or with a man.
The UK and France have signed a declaration of intent on deploying troops in Ukraine if a peace deal is made with Russia, UK Prime Minister Sir Keir Starmer has announced. After talks with Ukraine's allies in Paris, he said the UK and France would establish military hubs across Ukraine to deter future invasion, while French President Emmanuel Macron later said thousands of troops may be deployed. Allies also largely agreed robust security guarantees for Ukraine and proposed that the US would take the lead in monitoring a truce. But the key issue of territory is still being discussed. Russia has repeatedly warned that any foreign troops in Ukraine would be a legitimate target. That's the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
We look at the utterances of leaders who are aligned to broad-based, who are initially in ODM. We thought they stand for something. Now they've been exposed.
Because we are a third world country, we are poor. And not because we don't have resources, but we have been robbed senseless.
Look at the wasteful expenditure. Look at how large government lives. And we've said this is something that can be controlled. It happens in many other countries.
Internally, we used to stand and tell you, boss, hii kitu ni mbaya. And you'd say, now he doesn't let me tell you. You saw the other parliamentary group meeting. People went there, sat, listened, looked at him. There was no plenary left.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation. The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
You have land, Dennis.
Yeah.
Okay, your own land. You use your own money to build it, and then you sell it to yourself.
But we don't want foreign troops on Kenyan soil.
But surely it goes a little bit deeper. This is it.
But if you find the tree is withering, then you call the person who is managing that tree. Come around.
Yeah,
Why? Tell me what is
first of all, what's the problem?
Yes, what is the problem there?
How do we expect ourselves to move forward as a country?
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
It is 8 minutes after 8 o'clock, and a very good morning to you. Getting into the third hour of our conversations on this 7th of January. Dennis Aseto, Ndu Okoh, and Joe Kamanya with you this morning. And as we get into Kenya's biggest conversation for this hour, let you know about that what and what it will be in a bit. But we've been discussing how to navigate this constantly changing world. And you ask yourself, when it comes to your money, you need a plan. Yes, you do. Whether you want to think about it or not, whether it is 300 shillings or 3,000 or 300,000, you need a plan. And when it comes to that, you need a plan that's easy to access. The good news is that ICA Line is making your financial journey seamless and digital. So forget about the old-fashioned, complicated stuff. ICA Line has a digital channel, such as their WhatsApp chatbot Leo and the self-service portal, making planning super easy. They even have a retirement preparedness index tool. It helps you calculate exactly how much you will need for retirement, and it gives you a specific target to plan towards. ICA Line is making insurance and investments necessities and not luxuries for a diverse group of people. So find your accessible, inclusive and helpful plan today. Just ask, what's your plan? And somebody on the other side of icealion.co.ke will get back to you and be able to give you those answers that you need. So you want to go with ICA Line, they're going to be able to help you put that plan in motion. And while we're on it, how about we talk about winning? Because you can actually win when you spend. I know, sounds crazy, doesn't it? When was the last time your everyday payments actually paid you back? With the KCB winning card, you make every payment take you closer to your winning majorly. So here's what you have to do. You use your KCB credit, debit or prepaid card whenever you pay for shopping, whenever you pay for fueling your car or grabbing lunch or shopping online. So you get a chance to win weekly, monthly and for a grand prize. Weekly winners walk away with 10,000 shillings. It could do you quite something right about now. Monthly winners walk away with 100,000 shillings. And the grand prize is a holiday getaway to Zanzibar for 2 days, complete with flights, accommodation and exciting excursions. So paying with your KCB card is fast, it's secure and it's absolutely rewarding. So don't just shop smart and win big. The more you pay with your KCB card, the higher your chances of winning. Use your KCB card today, the winning card. Remember that terms and conditions apply, but above all, KCB is for people and it is for better. All right, so we're going into a political conversation this hour, and this is where we started. And many things are swirling all over the place. Who's leaving, who's not leaving? Who had a nighttime meeting to save whom and who did what? And of course it matters because we're talking about one of the biggest parties in the country. Alenga Torostert is with us this morning. He joins us for this conversation. Very good morning to you, sir.
Thank you. Good morning.
How are you doing?
Fantastic.
Thank you for coming today.
Sure.
Because we're going to look at this. There are wrangles, there are things, people are pulling guns on each other. Others are saying there's a movement, it's leaving. Others are saying he's... Okay, we'll get into that in a little bit. It's necessary for us to then be able to analyze some of these things. And in your position as policy and governance analyst, we can do this and have this conversation because it's important for us to do that.
Indeed.
How about you analyze a proverb from Burkina Faso first? Dennis?
Burkina Faso. The people there are called Burkinabés. The people of Burkina Faso have decided to come together to build their country. President Ibrahim Traoré is a darling for the world. Anywhere you go, he is revered because of the changes he's making in the country and the tough turns that he has made. But these are the proverbs you're getting from the Wahenga of Burkina Faso. The pants of today is better than the breeches of tomorrow. The pants of today is better than the breeches of tomorrow. How would you interpret that? What do you think the ancestors of Burkina Faso are saying?
I think Africa was basically a defiant continent, defiant in the sense that there are so many odds. When you're born in Africa, already life has dealt you 1-0, so you have to fight your way back. So I think in this defiance, there are things that you have to do which are necessary for the future. So I think that's the context within which I place that proverb.
Hey.
Okay.
When you're born in Africa, life has beaten you 1-0.
So you're struggling to float.
So you celebrate and enjoy what you have today because the future is not so sure.
It's quite uncertain here.
Indeed. Okay, so what's uncertain about what we're seeing happening with ODM? It's been established biggest political party in the country by membership and spread, representation as well, whether it is in Parliament. But there seems to be something that is eating away at the very fabric of the party. From your overview, what's happening?
I think first and foremost, maybe it's the time now the M in ODM is being actualized, the movement part now, that people have to move to different places, others have to move to the periphery, and others move to the center. But more importantly is what we see in every business, in every, even in the corporate world, people never prepare for the eventuality of losing the founder of a vision. So when that happens eventually, because it has to, and that is life, then people grapple to put things together. And quite often, you find most people are followers. And while they are following, they never prepare themselves to feel the position. So basically what is happening in ODM right now is that inefficiency of leadership that equals that which Raila Odinga offered over the years.
So we look at ODM today, and one would look at a party that is considered to be the oldest party in the country, one that has its own vision that was well enumerated when former Prime Minister Raila Odinga was there. And with the wrangles that you see today in ODM, one would say that no one has really ever had the interest of the party at heart. It was a question of, we are here because we are guaranteed, Raila Odinga would say, a set of tosha, and I would have the party. But no one really invested their time to consume the vision that the party had.
Nothing could be further from the truth. Definitely the people who were in ODM over the years were not there because they were building ODM. They were there because they were sheltering in a structure that was already built by another person. So everybody that moved towards ODM was quite sure about one thing, that they would hide under the wings of Raila Odinga. They will walk by his word, and his word was always final. And if you got the favor of having your hand raised in the nearest marketplace in your area, then you had favor upon the people. So all these people were prepared to receive from ODM, not to give to ODM. So this is a time that is calling them now to give their best to ODM. But you know what? You cannot give what you don't have.
What don't they have?
They do not have what it takes to build a party. They got into a party that was already built by somebody else. Then they benefited from that structure. Now, time and space is calling for them to bring the expertise to build a party to stand beyond the 30 years it has been there. And this kind of expertise is not what they were prepared for, is not what they were cut out for, and they do not have the expertise to do that.
Alanga, you're saying that the biggest political party in the country, and we know for all intents and purposes what a political party stands as a driver for, has politicians, many of whom sit in parliament. Some of them are governors, some of them are cabinet secretaries. You're saying that none of them actually has, at the moment, the wherewithal or what is necessary for party and ideology building and activation.
But Ndu, if you don't, if your memory doesn't fail you, some of them have openly called themselves cows.
Cow as in moo?
Yeah.
Moo more.
Okay. They say, yeah, they've said themselves that I am Baba's cow. So a cow cannot be capable of taking care of the homestead. It's the other way around. So this is the time to perhaps find new leadership within the structures of that party. But more importantly is the structure upon which the party stood on for many years was Raila Odinga as a personality. So that personality is missing in action, and then in the words of Butler, the center cannot hold.
Well, clearly the aura of desperation is palpable. Everybody can feel it. The people in ODM, they're scampering and wondering what happens. Like, as you say, the cows, according to you.
According to
themselves. They don't know what to do with themselves now because the owner of the herd is gone. And it is true, ODM was Baba and Baba was ODM. So is it, in a manner of speaking, as you said earlier, that the movement now, people are moving to different directions. Is it correct to opine that now the demise of ODM is inevitable? A function might remain, still calling themselves the ODM party, but the real essence, the spirit of the party, which would have been a government in waiting, which I think also is a saving grace for Kenyans, because if we had handed over our government to these people who are not able to manage themselves in terms of a party, maybe we would have sunk into a bigger crisis than we are in as a nation. But do I say? But I'm asking, when you look at now where the party stands, how do you see the demise of it playing out, the movements as you opined? Because you have different people from the leadership of the party signaling different messages to different causes of members of ODM. How do you see it playing out eventually?
For us to attempt to understand this quagmire that is the fall of ODM eventually, we have to contextualize this within the precincts of history. Remember, in 1994, after the demise of Jaramogi, there was people within Ford Kenya who wanted the party constitution to be followed and the handover to be done as per the law of the party. But there are those who felt also they needed to do like more of a hereditary arrangement where then Raila Odinga takes over as the son of Jaramogi. And that ideological difference brought the schism within Ford Kenya. And eventually it tore apart. And by that time, Ford Kenya had about 30 MPs from Nyanza. And in the next election, only 2 made it back to parliament. 2. And the 2 are Nyang' Nyong'o and Job Omino, who had actually joined Raila's NDP. So then 2025, there's the demise of Raila Odinga, and ODM finds themselves committing the same sin that was committed in 1994 by handing the party over to Raila's brother. Then it looks more of a hereditary structure. Then how does this hereditary arrangement fit within the pillars of ODM, which are more of a democratic approach to things? So one would ordinarily imagine that the party would have had Oburu Odinga hold the party during the morning period and then relinquish the party to internal democratic organs to be able to find the new flag bearer and the leader of the party. But what has been done is not very different from what was attempted to be done in 1994. And therefore, the chickens are coming home to roost, because this arrangement or the exchange of power within ODM did not obey its own constitution. Remember, their own constitution says that when such a thing happens, then they have to call for an emergency in DC and elect a leader. But then instead they chose a shortcut, So that shortcut is what is bringing all this. Because now, if you look at the emerging leadership within the party, it does not fit, because more or less it seems to antagonize the status quo within that party. And then also the issue of the party quickly receding into a tribal cocoon is also very evident on the table, so that it looks like it's more of a now a Luo Nyanza party than it was a national outfit. So those are the demons that this party needs to fight with in the next few days if they have to salvage the fall.
And perhaps also, might it be wise to think that maybe ODM, as we knew it, as we have known it through the years, has served its cause? And there's a generational thing that is happening where you have now newer members of ODM who may have new ideologies, because, fine, they have been agitating for social justice in a manner of speaking. But now we find ourselves in times where we have a different kind of a need as a nation. Of course, social justice is a continuum practice that we need to continue engaging in. But now the needs are changing. Now it's about the economy. Now it's about advancing and accelerating our development as a nation. Could it be that also that might influence a new formation within or without the ODM, whereby some members may feel, much as we have been a people's party, that battle has been fought and won. We have a constitution. Now, because of where we need to go as a nation, economically and otherwise, we may need to move now to other parties which have newer and modern and current ideologies.
I think one thing that Raila Odinga mastered so well in his politics was that every political formation exists because of its relevance. And here the relevance, oftentimes Raila drew it from the people themselves. And then he strategically placed himself as that last person that would question whatever is happening to the common man.
Yeah.
So that kind of progressive politics in terms of being there to always question the government on behalf of the citizens is what sustained ODM. Naturally, in our politics, we love to question, we love to cut across the grain. And therefore, if someone presents themselves as the person that will always help us cut across the grain, whether they get political power or not, Kenya has a way of sustaining that person. And that is how Raila was sustained over the years. But now, a new thought has come into the ODM and mostly the people within the party, the politicians within the party. And that is the desire to be in places of power. Well, it sounds like a very good business plan to be in the top seat of power or within the circles of power. But then when you are there, your existence is determined by time. And that is one thing that Raila knew, that if I become president, I'll serve my 2 terms and after that, I'm done. So he resorted to have power without responsibility all the time. Yeah.
Or was that by design?
Yeah.
Okay.
And that was like a strategic way in which he wanted to exist within this space. Because look at Uhuru Kenyatta today. One day he was one of the most powerful people in this country for 10 years. But when his thing was done, it's over. And even very young politicians can tell him off.
It's interesting that you say that, because many would argue that he might still wield some kind of power. The man only has to open his mouth and people have their knickers in a twist, because folks are asking, why should he still be speaking even after the presidency? But it would appear as though he makes somebody nervous in some way. So maybe this power without portfolio is not a very bad position to be in.
Indeed, and that is what ODM is treading away for the temporal closeness, proximity to power. And that is now the dangerous point, because what happens to, well, let's say ODM supports President Ruto for his re-election in 2027, and he serves up to 2032. So what happens to the people that were with him? You know, so that's one of the key questions that should always linger in the minds of the people of ODM, because their party existed because it carried an ingredient that always stirred the honest nest. Now there isn't that person to do that, and that is why you see even the political climate in the country is quite lull, because everybody is running to the party in power. And so systematically, does ODM now become maybe an agent of a slip back into one-party rule, or the disintegration of the democratic space that was hardly fought for by Raila Odinga and many other people?
Alenga, are you suggesting that with what we're seeing in the movement within ODM, that ODM is done for? That everybody that is there today in ODM, because we've had a report of there are those who met with the president and they want ODM to disintegrate from within, that ODM iliuzwa. I'm just quoting what has been said. Is there hope for ODM? And as we talk about the shield that Odinga had for ODM and the power that he wielded in that party, that today many who have been exposed by the absence of Raila Odinga are therefore moving out to look for the same shield from the ruling party today?
That would be a very good thing if it was self-initiated. But as you see, you know, our politics, you'll find at the end of the day, there's someone who's paying that bill for the movement out. Yeah. So when you continue interrogating, every day you will realize, oh, so this one is exerting because so-and-so is funding them to do this and that. But if it was like they are just actually doing it out of their own volition, they have felt that this place is too small for the ideas that we have, then that move would be meaningful. But again, it's not enough to move out. But how do you sustain a different narrative that now keeps the focus on you? as the emerging leaders, as the new people that have the aspirations of Kenyans. Because as it were, it's very clear that today, even if anything happened in this country, we'll hardly find somebody that can speak about it in the same rigor, tone, and emphasis that Raila would do. So, if it is so clear that this is the void, why aren't they rushing to fill this void? Because it's so clear that there was a person who would speak vehemently about things that are happening in the country. He would take the first, he would stand on the line and Kenyans behind him. So if that is so clear that this is the void and this is the gap that is supposed to be filled, why then are some people in ODM going for the low-hanging fruit of just moving closer to...
But the people who are calling for that seem to be called persona non grata. That seems to be the case. And we can say it because that's what's in the public eye. Edwin Sifuna, Caleb Amisi, Winnie Odinga have been very clear. And they said, you know what we need? We need an NDC for a decision to be made about the person who is going to broker the relationship between this political party and the government of the day, if that is going to continue until 2027. The party leader himself just 3 days ago in Mombasa said that constitutionally, according to the constitution of that, it is the party leader who would be the presidential candidate should the party stand for election. So it seems to be that even if they are not overt expressions, that there are murmurings about the position that should be taken. Call an NDC, talk about the person who's going to broker the relationship. And it seems as though the people who are asking for this are then being PNG'd. At the moment, there's already talk for an ouster motion of the Secretary General. People have had midnight meetings to try and, push that aside and let that not come to light. One of the deputy party leaders, Otiende Amolo, the other day in the presence of Millie Odhiambo said, okay, we're going to try and, make all these things. But it is all coming from the place that people are agitating for the very thing you talk about, Alenga, to say that, no, there needs to be somebody who's going to be the builder. We need that person. And that conversation seems to be uncomfortable in the ranks of ODM.
But now the problem is the ones who are saying, let's uphold on these things that Raila did. Let's uphold on these things that Raila told us. How much power do they wield within the party structure?
Secretary General is a powerful person. Raila Odinga, before his death, said very clearly, this is Edwin Sifuna. He is a Secretary General. When he speaks for the party. That's power.
Yeah, indeed. But you see, Edwin Sifuna, eventually our politics always takes the shape and form of the tribal, background behind a leader. Since the wars of Edwin Sifuna, I have not had a single legislator from Western Kenya standing to say we are actually defending the position of the Secretary General.
Caleb Amisi is from Western Kenya. He's spoken up, he's spoken.
Caleb Amisi.
Karoli Omondi, spoken.
Or also, could it be, from what you're saying, that the tribal card has expired?
Exactly.
And nowadays, it doesn't matter. Yeah. We are not playing those tribal politics anymore.
But look at the statement that Otiende Amolo released on his socials. And you look at the nomenclature of the attendees of the meeting.
The co-signees of the statement.
So then you tend to think it is quite inevitable that ODM is taking that route of becoming a tribal party. And even their commitment to work with the president in the next election cycle is not a commitment as a party, it's more of a commitment as we, the Luo people.
Okay, can I ask an uncomfortable question? And even as I ask the question, ready for the backlash, because I know it will come. The truth of the matter is that a lot of the people today, a lot, not all, a lot of the people who formed this party were handed positions by Raila Odinga. They did not grow up into the party. Somebody would be seen, okay, this could be, or I would do you a favor by presenting you blameless before the people, and they accept you because I, as Raila Odinga, said it. And that's why they are the knowns today. even the ODM party chair today was handpicked by Raila Odinga and presented as somebody who would be women rep in Homa Bay before she became the governor. That's the truth.
Yeah.
So a lot of the people who sit in positions that we are now asking them to breed activism or to breed development,
leadership,
or breed leadership, were not born leaders. They were handpicked by Raila Odinga. So did he do a disfavor to the party by handpicking them in that manner? And then now we are expecting these same people who were handpicked by Raila Odinga and said, give them a chance. We're expecting them now to foster some kind of leadership. Is it possible?
Well, I think in in my earlier conversation, I actually talked about it in the sense that you only needed to be presented by Raila in your nearest marketplace, and he says this is the person. But now, looking deeper into that is actually the main reason why we have square pegs and round holes in the ODM party in terms of the people who got into parliament, the people who were in Senate, the governors. It was more of a loyalty test where, the moment you say, and you'd hear them quite often say, my loyalty is first of all to the party leader, Raila Amolo Odinga.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because of the favor that he did them.
Yeah. So given
the Moo moment.
Yeah. So given that even the basic understanding why your MP could not float in their mind to understand that you're basically an MP to represent the constituency you come from. That did not cross their mind. So they were first of all MPs for Raila Odinga before they become MPs for their specific constituencies. Okay. But again, favors come to us. But the moment you've already gotten the favor and you own it, it's now your personal responsibility to fit within that space and to claim your space. Today, if you got a visa to travel to the United States of America, the visa allows you to enter the U.S. soil. But now your conduct and your behavior in the United States determines how long you're going to live there. So then I think it's not an excuse anymore that these leaders never went through the class properly to imagine there will be a time when they have to fill a gap. Be that as it may, they always knew that Kenyans expected a certain level of leadership from them. That is so natural. The moment you get elected, people expect some form of leadership from you. And when you do this progressively, then that becomes your character. And so there was a problem in character development in this structure, and it does affect even many other parties. Remember, at one point, Jubilee was one of the biggest parties, but when Uhuru Kenyatta finished his term in power, the party has disintegrated
very fast,
completely. So I think for us, we have a certain level of political immaturity that does not allow us to think beyond party loyalty. To serve the people, because in serving the people, that's where you develop the skills, and that is where you understand the needs of your communities and what exactly is required from you. So once you do this repeatedly, then it shapes you and it refines you into a better leader than when you came in.
And I'm also looking at it from another perspective, that could it be as a country, more so as a continent, because also I'm looking at the trend. ANC in South Africa is also disintegrating. They are not able to marshal a commanding win. You come to even our Jirani here, CCM, they are also having their own issues. And I think also Malawi, Zambia, a lot of these post-colonial parties that led us into freedom and new democracies are collapsing in one way or the other. And my thinking is that could it is because our parties are not founded on ideologies. They are more personality based. So people congregate around a person who is able to command a following, as you're saying. Baba was able to do that for a long time. He built a very big party, in the east and the south of Sahara. But upon the exit of the founder members, like you opined earlier about the founding members of a company, there is this disintegration. Where otherwise, if we had parties that are based on ideologies, we keep referring to the Europes and the Western countries about Democrat, socialist. people become members. They subscribe to those parties because they believe this is an ideology. And you realize that within those party structures, there is very eminent leadership, where you'd even say this is the chairman in waiting, and the chairman in waiting is now like a prime minister in waiting. Should we go to an election? Because they are there to offer an alternative leadership, not just to the party, but also to the nation where they are. I think that is where our main problem is as a country, as a continent. And ODM is one of the casualties now, and perhaps from the 90-something parties that we have, we may need to start subscribing to parties that have an idea that we believe in, and then we can grow the characters of members within, and hopefully this can now escalate to higher offices.
I agree with your assertion. However, slightly, I think the biggest problem that we have is not even really the ideology. Because if you come through these manifestos of these parties, their documents, their statutory documents, they actually have real manifestos, real
ideologies. They're written by the same guy.
Yeah.
Brilliant man.
But now...
It's the same person.
Yeah, the same person. Look, let's be honest.
So these are ambitions of the person. It's not a convergence of ideas.
Yeah, because if ideology was the problem, then you would say I entered this party and I do not have instruments to refer to, but they are there. Now the problem is commitment to causes is what we do not have in this country. If you look at, let's say for instance, the US. If the Democrats go into an election and you know the Republicans win as it is today, the Democrats just leave it to the Republicans to lead the country, and they stay aside and watch whatever the Republicans are doing, and they correct where they should correct, and they reprimand where they should reprimand. But then, if you come back home, the moment we go into an election and Party X wins, and now everybody is rushing to Party X to pick the breadcrumbs from Party X's table. Then, so where was your commitment in the first place? You start singing about Party X more than even the members of that party, even more than the ones who voted for it. So your commitment to what you told the people, even though you did not get to sit on the seat, but there are things you told us. And those things were not similar to what Party X told us. So why are you now promoting those at the expense of your own? Also, the issue of greed for personal gain. Because I want to sit closer to whoever is in power because I want to benefit from 1, 2, 3 things, directly benefiting, you know. So that defeats the collective identity of political parties in this country. So how do we walk away from there?
I'm sorry. Isn't that the fundamental problem, though? That we come to this party dressed for a church service. You've come to go to a club party dressed for a church service. You have a different preparation. Because you mentioned the parties in the US, for example, and I think about the Republicans. What are they heavy on? Conservatism, a limited government, free market capitalism. They talk about things like a strong natural a national defense. They talk about individual liberties and traditional social values. Those things will never be far from the mind of a Republican. Wake them up in the middle of the night, in the dead of sleep, they will tell you those things. They know them. Whatever they are doing, whether they're in the state of Washington or they're in Tennessee, a Republican will wake up in the middle of the night and tell you these are the things that the party believes in. Come to PNC, APC Nigeria, or come to here, ODM, where you have a woman rep or somebody. Ask them what those ideologies are and what they live by. Can we make a comparison between the two on the ideology for which a party was funded? Because political parties are vehicles towards leadership whereby those things that you believe in then can be lived out and practiced because you now have the power. Can we truly say that ideologically bound we are? Can we? Because it's about me. You tell me. By the time somebody has a few shillings in their pocket, somebody tells, you should go run for office. Then they go around, and then suddenly you're having conversations with the person who is in power, and then you give 1 million shillings so that you can be nominated for you. then you have a tender, and then you're very rich. Where's the ideology?
I think where it fails, the ideology is there, but where it fails is at this point. If you look at the parties in the US or even in the Scandinavia, they have very vibrant political convictions. It's because parties exist as structures for reform, in the sense that you know the way our parties are structured, they are structured to prepare for the next election.
Yes.
So it is just an episodical involvement with that party. So I can be a very strong member of the UDA party because we are going into the election of 2027. And after that, even if you call me and ask me, what are your party colors, I may not even remember. But if you look at these parties in the US, in the Scandinavia, in Europe, they have even institutes for the party, where after their people have been elected, they go through training time and time again, so that those ideals are instilled in their mind. We have the Democratic Institute in the US, we have the Republican Institute in the US. They do not exist just for the sake of it, but to inculcate values into their people. Because every time people are going into an election, they're just looking for the most suitable candidate. But this most suitable candidate must be taken through a rigorous training and impartation of ideas so that they reflect the true person that we want to speak for this party. In the US, not just anyone will stand up and speak for the Republican Party.
Sure.
Not just any MP would stand and say, this is what I have to say. But here, because you have not gone through a regimen of good manners for politics, you just speak, and sometimes I don't know if they listen to themselves after they have spoken, or that is purely us who do that for them. We feel ashamed on their behalf. So I think parties have to rethink how they are structuralized in terms of the input of ideals that come from their representatives. Also, these many progressive parties have think tanks. So that if we are going to talk about the economy, we are talking about the economy from a point of information. We have people that have researched and they are giving us talking points. So if we criticize the housing project, we are criticizing it not from a sentimental point of view, but from a point of information. So these millions that political parties get every year, what do they do with, because those are some of the things that should have been done within the political party structure, so that you have a think tank, you have institutes for training and development in your political ethos and values, and equally nurturing young leadership within the party structures, so that every other time there is a gap, you have very many people ready to fill that gap.
Alenga, the reason why we don't see all those things is because if you see politicians call themselves cows, today one would say they are at the Kimal Auction Center and they're up for the next grab. I'm sorry, but that's just how it is. You know what I mean?
They're feeding on Lucerne and hay.
So here's the question where, if you talk about, let's even look at ODM, and I go back to a point where Raila Odinga, before getting into broad-based government, there's something he did. He said, I will go back to my people, to my party members, and ask them what they think about this process that I want to get myself into. Whether that happened to the degree that it ought to happen, it's a different conversation. But then we bring in the people who make up these parties. Because today, as we speak, there is the annotation that party members are political leaders that we see perambulating all over the place, right? But there are the people who are usually called for all these NDCs for them to make the decision for the party. The party is not a few hundred MPs who are in these seats representing individuals. It is the people who give the party the power that it wields. As we speak about ODM today, one would hope that an NDC would have perhaps charted the way forward, because then the people would have elected those they want to lead the party.
Why is there difficulty in calling for this NDC within ODM so that the people make a decision on who their leaders would be, and we stop seeing cows?
The leaders would not like an NDC because an NDC is a place of accountability. And you know, for the last 3 years since you were elected, you have not done anything for the people of Vihiga constituency, where I come from. So you'll not be willing to come and confront delegates from Vihiga. You know, so you'd rather take your convenient shortcuts to make certain decisions. But there's an important question that you raise, that away from this political leaders who speak most of the time, there are party members who are ordinary Kenyan citizens. What role do they play in accountability, in the accountability structure of these parties? Number one, the same leaders that I said earlier on are ill-equipped to handle political conversations, are ill-equipped to understand party ideologies, are ill-equipped to synthesize the sentiments of the people, are the same people that are supposed to lead the discussions in terms of civic education at the grassroots levels. But these people, once elected, do they even step on that ground? Never. They disappear.
Do they even step in parliament?
Yes, even in parliament, they don't step there. So the people back in Vihiga just look at the TV, and when they see maybe someone is bashing another, they say, yeah, that one is doing a good job, you know. So also, it has to cascade down to the level of the grassroots to ask the people, what sort of a leader do you want, you know? And what role do you play in shaping this kind of leadership? So can these parties also even cascade their structures to effectively cover the grassroots in terms of, you know, even the trainings, the conversations with the people, the so-called public participations? Can they use them as forums to, you know, tell the people what they need to know? But now, where it is supposed to come from, there's complete lack of that reasoning. So then, where does the buck stop? You know, is it the leaders? Is it the common people on the ground? For me, I think it's the normal Kenyan outside there that is supposed to set the bar. If the Kenyan outside there does not set the bar for what kind of MP they want, for what kind of MCA they want, for what kind of governor they want, then it is not going to happen from without, you know, as a miracle that all of a sudden we woke up and we had very sensible members of the county assembly that don't pull guns in public places and scare patrons. That it's not going to happen by accident that we have a county governor who is accountable for the funds placed in their hands. A Kenyan person has to ask for this kind of leadership that he wants. And I think we're not very far from there. We are edging very closer there. Because the kind of leadership that we see in this country is more of a generational issue than it is, you know, a liking of the people. Because we have a generation of politicians who did not have conversations for the people, but they had freebies for the people. We have gifts for you, but we don't have conversations for you. And at the conversational level is where the normal Kenyan on the street can come in and have his say. So our level of debate is very low. But so we incentivize our presence to the people using, you know, CDF, bursary,
even sweets,
sugar, you know,
picky body.
and I agree with you because a case in point is the recent sweet situation, the by-election that we had across the country. We saw heavy presence of these politicians from different camps, different parties. Even ODM was one of them. And they went and bribed or bought voters, whatever your tokenism, whatever you want to say. But today, the common voter from Bere North, where we hear $500 million was spent, does not even know where his MP is today.
Yes.
But every day they were treated to, you know, freebies, as you say. And therefore, it raises the question, like, have we as a people realized the power we hold as the voters, as the members of these political parties, It's something we need to amplify so that we can know the power that we yield. To the extent that now in the upcoming general election, I think people should be in a situation where they say, yes, we want you to be our MP, but we want you to go to Dennis, who will be our president. So we want you in this party because this is the party that serves the interest that we feel will be addressed in that coming regime. And I think until we do that, we will be shortchanging ourselves, because the people who are very vocal from ODM today, who are saying, no, Baba left us in ODM, especially that lot, they seem to be seeking political expediency for themselves, the personal gains. Because it is difficult, it is very unclear today how people are going to secure direct tickets from the ODM party, unlike how Baba used to do it. I think that is the threat, that is the fear they're having from within. And now they're scampering for safety. Where do I go? How do I secure my re-election? Because evidently they may not have a presidential candidate on the ballot, according to me. Hence they're seeking this coalition. But I think more is about political expediency. The fear is there, but I think the disintegration, in my opinion, needs to be allowed to happen so that even the Luo Nyanza region can have a crop of leaders that the people have elected by choice, not the enforced from the, as you said, proximity from the party leader or the party leadership, where Dennis would get a ticket and I don't, because even if he went for nomination, he would be given the ticket anyway.
Joe Tosha.
Oh, Joe, okay.
The problem we have is we do not have people that are willing to step out and, do that which is unthinkable. Like the way Jaramogi did in 1965 when he felt the space was not accommodating him. But the wise men say that a man who offers his own head to break a coconut may not live to eat it. So I think we are in an era of self-preservation, and that is why, even as it is within ODM structures and many other parties, there are people that are not happy in those parties, but they will not make the decision to bolt out and seek an alternative vehicle or form an alternative aspiration for the people of Kenya. They want to stay safe. You want to have your cake, and you still want to eat it. So I think earlier on I said it's more of a generational question. And the reason why I place it as a generation question is because we have the legacy politicians, the people within a certain age bracket that have been doing politics for the last 30 years and above. They have one clear way of thinking. Their clear way of thinking is bribe the masses, they will go the direction you want. But now we have to rattle the room and try to create a situation where we have capacity within ourselves to decide who we want to lead us and how we want them to lead us. And now, which generation can perfectly do that? I think it's the younger generation, because we do not have a lot of baggage, and also we don't owe anyone anything. Because some of these legacy politicians, each other has the secrets of the other. They have the scandals of the other person. So you try to speak up and they'll tell you, we remember what you did last summer. So it's difficult even for people to express themselves in that sense. But the younger generation has maybe a divine calling to rescue this country from the silly politics that we have, so that we can have a more issue-based politics, a more people-centered politics. And that can happen as early as in 2027 by being strategically useful in the manner in which the elections happen and what leaders we choose right from the MCA level. And for me, I consider two seats very critical in this country: the MCA seats and the Member of Parliament. If you look at the democracies we've quoted here earlier, they are mostly strengthened by their parliaments, their houses. Those are the places where their democracies are anchored, because once you lose at parliament and at county assembly level, then you might not fix it at the executive level, because we tend to think it's the president that needs to fix this, it's the president that needs to, but we have a whole bunch of men and women that are supposed to check this president to ensure that he's doing things as per the rules in the book. But these men and women have decided to sleep on the job, fraternize with the executive, and then completely forget that this is the huge mandate that we have. We cannot say, you have heard members of parliament openly say that speaking in parliament requires just a lot of English. But for me, when you come to the ground, the people know I am working for them. But then, if you look at the constitution, primarily, why do you elect a member of parliament? To legislate, to make laws for you, to represent you, to speak for you where you on a table that you cannot reach, to oversight public revenue and its expenditure. Building roads is not there.
No, it's not.
Building schools is not there.
No,
Buying school buses and writing there your name is not there. But then that is where it starts. So I think in 2027 we could start by just having a youthful revolution on the ballot, because you cannot teach an old dog new tricks.
And I'm putting it this way, that an MP and an MCA, these are your messengers. So why would you send a messenger that cannot deliver a message?
He ends up working for another person. He tells you, we are serving this guy. You find MCAs are serving the governor so that they could get maybe their projects
tenders
and tenders. The members of parliament are quickly, I think sometimes they even go and ask the president, what do you have this time around that we can pass for you?
But he put them on notice, like you had last week. He said Nanyini wabunge mujipange is coming. What is coming up? I think the airport and something else. So he prompt.
I have something coming, so you guys
get ready. There you have it.
One thing you did say is that we don't engage enough, we don't have these conversations enough, we don't plug into these conversations necessary for us, because what is civic education? It's not somebody standing at a blackboard with a stick and saying 1, 2, 3. It's about learning from conversation. Some of the biggest lessons for certain things are when you engage in conversations and plug into discourse. Thank you for doing this. We are looking forward to seeing if we can have a further conversation with you in not too long a time now. Alenga Torres Sturt, thank you so much for being here this morning. We see what happens in the next hour. Good morning, 9 a.m.
It is now 9 a.m. with ICEA Lion. Insurance and investment made simple for people like you, courtesy of ICEA Lion.
The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Good morning. This is the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira. The family of the late former Prime Minister Raila Odinga has today issued an emotional message of thanks to Kenyans and international leaders as they mark what would have been his birthday. In a statement, the family expressed their heartfelt gratitude to everyone who stood with them during what they described as a profoundly painful time following the passing of Raila. The family singled out President William Ruto, Deputy President Kithure Kindiki, Prime CS Musalia Mudavadi, and the wider government for what they termed outstanding support, understanding and kindness. The statement further recognized members of the diplomatic community, county governments, former presidents including Uhuru Kenyatta and Olusegun Obasanjo of Nigeria for their support. A 37-year-old man has been killed by mob justice in Kaliet village, Narok South, after he attacked and killed his brother over a land dispute. Before being bludgeoned to death by the mob, the suspect also assaulted and killed a village elder who'd rushed to the homestead following a distress call. According to Edwin Bett, the Ndu assistant chief, the suspect also left a neighbor with serious head injuries in an incident that occurred on Tuesday evening.
Tulipata masimu wa wakazi wa Kaliet Central. Walituambia kwamba kuna matendo imetokea katika kijiji chao. Tukafika hiyo si haraka. Kuna kijana mmoja anaitwa Victor Jirjir, alikuwa ameua watu wawili. Mtu wa kwanza anaitwa Odongo ambaye ni village elder. Mtu wa pili ni ndugu yake anaitwa Joffrey Jirjir. Alafu kuna mwingine alikuwa amejeruhi kwa kichwa, alikata yeye kwa kichwa na kwa mkono. So sisi kama administration tunasema pole na tunakemea kitendo kama hicho katika hii area yetu.
Residents have condemned the incident and called on authorities to boost security in the area.
Ningeomba kama msikiji tupatiwe security kwa sababu msikiji ya Dondo Koske au kuwa na usika na maneno ya shamba pia na ya familia. Sasa ningeomba serikali tuketi chini kama wakijiji tutatue ama watu wahamishwe. Hiyo siwezi ficha hiyo. Wahamishwe watatue maneno mali walitoka. Kwa sababu imeambukiza kijiji tambi sao.
Ombi langu ikiwa kuna msusu kama hii, kiwa unaona hujaritika kwa yale ambayo msikiji amefanya, unaweza songa mbele kwa assistant chief kuliko uchukue sheria mkononi mwako. Ni hatia kuchukua sheria mkononi mwako.
Residents of Tasia Estate in Nairobi's Embakasi area were left in shock on Sunday after a 15-year-old girl threw a 2-year-old child into the Embakasi River in an incident that nearly claimed the toddler's life. The child was rescued by a Good Samaritan identified as Stephen Audit, whose quick response prevented what witnesses say could have been a fatal tragedy. The incident occurred near a bridge separating Savannah Elde Valley School and Tasia Estate, an area frequented by pedestrians and border operators. Odate said he saw the girl dropping the child into the river. He then screamed at the top of his voice and ran towards her, and with the help of others, they managed to pull the child out of the dirty sewage water along the riverbank. At least 36 people have been killed during the last 10 days of protests across Iran, a human rights group has said. The foreign-based human rights activists news agency reported that 34 of those confirmed killed were protesters and 2 were affiliated with security forces. Iranian authorities have not published an official death toll but said 3 security personnel have been killed. The news agency also said that more than 60 protesters had been injured and over 2,070 arrested during the unrest, which was sparked by an economic crisis and has spread to 27 of 31 provinces. That's the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira.
.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
SRC's mandate is constitutional. It's not an advice. It's actually something you must do.
Must do. Like now you abandon, of course, the narrative of Wheelbarrow, Mutuamjengo, Mamamboga, and all those, that rosy narrative.
Your expenditure is 3.3 trillion, and you're collecting only 2.5. Out of that 2.5, you're spending 1.8 trillion to service loans and so forth.
That the CDF kit, it's in itself a symptom of corruption.
This is the Situation Room. The only way to start your day. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Continuing conversations at 6 minutes after 9 o'clock. What we're going to do at this hour is get into a double whammy where we're going to keep a lenga because there are certain things that will form the basis of this next conversation that we're going to have when Jarvis Bigambo joins us in a short while. This is the Situation Room. It's Kenya's biggest conversation on this Wednesday, the 7th of January. And even as we continue with this, let me ask you, what's your plan? You know what your plan is? You don't have to worry if you don't, because today is as good a day as ever to be thinking about what that is. So let's end it all with this particular thing on a bit of an optimistic note that, you know, you can start today. It never has to be too late for you. And the folks at ICA Line are saying you can have a conversation with us today. It's the business of human growth and the joy of a better tomorrow. We want you to romance the idea of the benefits of planning for the future in an upbeat and memorable way. This isn't about fear. It's about the great life you can build when you're prepared. It's all about preparation. ICA helps you discerning and and other discerning individuals to create wealth and protect yourself through innovative services. So whether it's wealth generation, whether it is protecting your assets, or whether it's retirement security, ICA Lion is a brand for you. If you're not planning for the future with insurance and investments, it's high time you did, and you can actually start that today. So what's your plan? Get started on that better life at icealion.co.ke, and you can actually do that today. And let me remind you also that you can spend and you can win. Whoever rewarded you for spending, this looks like it could be a thing. So paying with your KCB card is what you actually want to do. Let's talk about a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to win a dream getaway when you spend money, all thanks to the KCB Bank Winning Card. Here's how it works. If you bank with KCB and you pay using your KCB debit, credit, or prepaid card, you get a chance to win every single time you pay. Every single time you get a chance. So whether you're buying groceries, whether you're fueling your car, whether you're booking a ticket on the train, whether you're grabbing lunch or you're shopping online, you pay with your KCB card and you get a chance to enter weekly, monthly, and grand prize draws. Weekly winners walk away with 10,000 shillings. Monthly winners walk away with 100,000 shillings. The grand prize is a wonderful getaway for two in Zanzibar, including flights, accommodation, and exciting excursions. So remember, paying with your KCB card isn't just safe and secure, it could make you a winner. The more you pay using your KCB card, the better your chances of winning. So use your KCB card today, the winning card. Remember that terms and conditions apply, but remember that KCB Bank is for people, for better. All right. Still waiting for Jarvis, and let's see if we'll nuke him when he gets here. But he will. And we're continuing into the conversation this hour. And so maybe we give him a chance when he comes to share the proverb with him, Dennis. But in the meantime, we continue our conversation, and we've been looking at the politics in the country at the moment, but then asking ourselves where peace plays in all of this. And I look at internet platforms from X to Facebook to wherever else people hang out on this internet of Bill Gates. And people have been saying, we should have peace. Professor Kivuda Kibwana, who's a current university lecturer, former governor of Makwene County, says, it should be a time where we look for peace. PLO Lumumba has time and time again said we should practice the politics of peace. And it seems to have, over the last couple of days, gotten really ugly, where people are taking jabs at one another, forgetting what politics provides a platform for. It provides a platform where would-be leaders would emerge to sit in positions, all for the development of the country. We forget that the end goal or the target should be that the country develops, that people's livelihoods are secured, and a conducive environment for which people can thrive then is created. That's the end goal. That's the target. But we forget it because we get to the point whereby, okay, you want to be MP tomorrow? Mm-hmm. That's great. In 3 weeks or so, or 3 months or so, 3 years or so, I see you and I can't even recognize you because you're dripping wealth and riches in ways in which I didn't even imagine could be possible. That seems to be the end goal for people who get into parliament, or into leadership. And then people start to take jabs at each other. And people start to barbs at each other, and people start to fight. And we see a lot of ugliness start to come out. And then we have to have nighttime meetings where people are calling people to order and remembering who they are. Is that necessary? Let's continue with that, Alenga.
I think our politics is enabled by the art of humiliation. So we feel it is enough to humiliate your opponent so that you get you get ahead of them by bringing them down. If a woman who does not have a husband runs for office, then we're gonna attack her on the fact that she is not married, so she's not fit to lead. If a man who maybe for some reason had setbacks in his family, we use that to humiliate them. So then that takes away the place of ideology, the place of debate. It lowers the debate to very, very low levels, where we only excite the people who listen to us. And this kind of humiliation plays out in public forums. It plays out on social media. So therefore, social media has become, or rather, humiliation has become an art to propel ourselves to power, and also a weapon to call for responsibility and accountability from leadership. However, there are very simple things that we could fix in this politics to make it more enriching for the people. And as you say, and I totally agree, that even if you refer to the philosophy of John Locke on political power, he says that every government exists for two public goods. That is the protection of property and life. That if any government then does not guarantee those two, then the people can legitimately rise against it. But now, what we start by making it punitive to behave the way you want in the political space. The court system, how does it work around, when you take people that are in power to the court? Are those cases expedited, like we would see in the same manner in which they will expedite the case of a chicken thief in the village? If elected members are drawing guns in public, what does the law say about this? Do we continue having the same people holding guns when they are obviously becoming a threat, not even to their colleagues, but to everybody else? You can imagine if there was any shooting incident that happened on that day when the MCA for Kileleshwa drew guns. Definitely, even people not involved in that scuffle would have been hurt. So, and up to now, even the head of police has not issued a statement on the state of that gun. Are we still going to give this lunatic that gun? So, also, what is the criteria that we are going to consider when giving firearms to people? Are we going to do an assessment of their mental health? Are we going to do an assessment of their emotional stability? So those are some of the things that need to be inculcated into our politics, so that we understand from a leadership point of view that there is consequence for bad behavior. But as it were, we first of all want to know your name. Then after that, then we know how to handle the fault that you committed.
And it's annoying because the proximity to power has a way of downplaying, as you say, repercussions of one's actions. We have an MP from Gatundu who was, captured live shooting someone. I think the case is ongoing in court. We have another MP, Barasa, I think. Because you speak about ammunition, and this is something we need to be concerned about as a country. Remember, we just lost another MP from Kaspul from a shootout. So these are elements of concern we should be having. But they are more alarming when they are perpetrated by legislatures themselves. People who should be, at least, we should be looking up to ape good behavior for the bare
and to even
minimum.
give us a legal framework for that.
Yes, on how to handle that. So it bothers to wonder that at what point do we as a people fall back to chapter 6 of the Constitution, which speaks about the character of the person that you elect. At what point as we as Kenyans are going to feel that we fail ourselves? We could complain, I agree. People will come and bribe us. Tokenism might play out very big time in 2027. But at what point are we going to realize that it is our responsibility as Kenyans to decide the caliber of a person you want to send to the National Assembly, to the County Assembly, and to the State House?
Sure. And if I can add to that, to ask the question, because you mentioned, why is it necessary to look into somebody's life or behavior that would then determine how they would, because it is how somebody behaves in the very intimate of places that would determine how they behave outwardly. We can't separate the two. That's why you see in jurisdictions like America, they want to know if you smoked pot in high school. They want to know if you way back. They want to know if you abused anybody, if you got a DUI. They want to know, because if you did, how far removed are you from that kind of behavior that requires you to be upright later? If we bastardize that, that's different. But the idea behind it is to say, if you abused your girlfriend, or you did some other rubbish to your boyfriend in high school or in university, what's the likelihood that you are removed from that behavior now that you want to seek public office? And I think it is important for us to, very well, people could have sought retribution, they could have gotten better, but then also that would show up in your record, that we would then see that after that, these are the things that you did to get better. Yeah, you could have stolen, you could have done whatever, but did you make amends? Did you then become forthright later? If you didn't, it'll show up. If you did, it will as well. So that's why it's important to look at that. And can we say that we can point and say that the leadership that we have at whatever level, if we were to take a look back into how they operated before, it could explain the present behavior, whether good or bad.
And it's true. Remember, we, in the build-up to 2022, we were told, and it's in public domain, Ruto ni mwizi. We said, ni mwizi lakini ni yeye tunataka. And then here we are complaining about the same running down of resources. So it's very important, as you say, for us to look at the character of the person. We have lowered the bar so low, actually it's almost non-existent, that a whole sitting executive, in their own nature and their constitution, they will just go against a court order that bars them from doing something towards the public, a public that has come up with the same constitution. And if you borrow from the democracies that we like keep quoting, Boris Johnson was a prime minister, but he left office because he was in breach of a COVID regulation. Not stealing money, just hosting a small party, come, let's make merry, but they found him in breach. And because the bar is set so high in terms of standards and behavior and conformity and adherence to the rule of law, he had to step away.
But one would ask the question, as we talk about setting the bar so high, who sets that bar? I reckon the bar must be set high by the citizenry. Why do I say that? For example, today we talk in terms of we want a corruption-free country, right? But we are the same individuals who, when you are arrested, rightfully so, by a police officer, what's the first thing you do? You bribe. We are the same people who want to uphold dignity when it comes to how our resources are being spent. What do we do when a politician comes around and dishing out money to buy our IDs so that he wins an election? If we do not set that bar high as citizenry, we should have expected the people that have bribed their way into those offices by us accepting that loot will ever change. It has to start from us. The piece that we talk about today. For example, what happened in church the other day when I think it's Lam woman reports being attacked in that church. Who was attacking that woman? It was the common mwananchi. Kasipul Kabondo. Who are the people who are fighting each other? It is the mwananchi. Go to Malava. It is the mwananchi. Until that time when mwananchi sets the bar so high and say intentionally, we would not allow you come into our spaces and in our communities to destabilize us. Instead, what we will do is we will deny you that vote and we will demand that you be prosecuted. That is my humble opinion.
And cuts deep.
I think I totally agree with Ndu's notion that we have to have a platform from where we access the past of these people who present for themselves for office and scrutinize. Where I come from, they say, Awam does not dance. That is its own way of walking. So if somebody has had a history of violence, that's what they're going to accentuate it when they get power, So if somebody has mishandled finances in the past with companies they worked for, that's what they're going to do in public office. But we have agencies in this country that are responsible for that, and they do a shoddy job. In the just concluded by-elections, there's now a member of parliament who actually was deeply indicted in corruption and at the Kenyatta Hospital. And after that, he did a deed poll and changed names. And even by the time he was being nominated, he was not a registered member, a registered voter, because by the fact that they had changed names. So this is a different person altogether. But all that was waived. And this person proceeded to vie for office and actually won the elections. So that is how bad the space is. But then, wrapping it up with what the two gentlemen on the table have said, that we need to raise the bar. But who's responsible for raising of this bar? It's the common man, the common citizen on the streets. If you vote garbage, then you should not expect something different from that.
Right. So, I mean, okay, for like examples that we've spoken about this morning, and when we talk about how do we do it, and I thought to myself, it's so difficult because it's on such a grand scale that where do we even begin? Well, it's simple. It's like people who are supposed to be here at 9 o'clock. And at 9:23, they're not here. It very simply means that we don't give you another opportunity to do it another day. So then the hope is that if we continue in that manner, then you would behave yourself in the future. It's that when you say 250,000 units were supposed to have been built, and we've built 10,000, then we say we cannot continue in a position of at leastism. It's an ism that I've created. At leastism is when we say, well, you know, at least they've built 10,000. No. You said 250,000. You didn't come to people to say, you know what, we couldn't do 250,000 because of 1, 2, 3. You didn't do that. You just assumed that because you did 10,000 that people should be happy. I mean, after all, have they ever seen 10,000? They've not. But because we said 250 and we didn't explain to anybody the reason why, at least you should accept that I did it. Okay. Then you put up a Maram road where you should have put up a tarmac road, and you say, well, at least the vehicles can move on this road. Then you don't send capitation. You owe schools 64 billion shillings. Then what do you say? At least we finished the year where we sent capitation twice. Do you see? When we say no to such behavior over and over again is probably when we'll start to tilt the scales in the other direction. But we accept nonsense and expect that this thing will become perfect tomorrow.
I think there's a question you raised that makes us look like we are short of solutions, but we actually do. The framers of the Constitution of 2010 knew what they were doing. In chapter 1 of the Constitution, they say all sovereign power belongs to the people, and the people can either exercise this directly or donate them to their elected representatives. You know, if you read that text, what it sends you to think is the framers of this Constitution imagined that at one point in the future, Kenya will have or may have one of its worst governments. And what will be the solution? And that is the solution. And so we have a constitution. This might look disturbing, but that is it. We have a constitution that actually covers for or provisions for civilian coups. That's what it is. Because you could actually take this power when you feel the regime that we have is not fitting within what we want. And now, why can't this Article 1 of the Constitution be tested in this jurisdiction at any one point? It's because the narrative spinners make it look like our Constitution expressly puts people in office through the ballot. But our Constitution contemplates that when the power of the ballot cannot work for us, we claim the power as a people. So then, you know, in the words of Seneca, he says, there's no easy way from the earth to the stars. So if Kenya has to fix one of its legendary leadership and governance messes, at one point we have to be brave enough to reclaim the power. When that happens, it sets a precedent that truly Kenyans can claim their power. Truly Kenyans know what they want. And if you observe in places where this has been done before, it has played subsequently to warn the ruling class that it is not absolute power that you hold. Look at France. Since the French Revolution, there has been a constant reminder of the French government that these people are not what you think they are. There's some level of nonsense they can take, and at one point they cannot take it.
Indeed.
So in France, they hold they hold demonstrations seriously. Protests are taken seriously by the government. But for us here, it's a moment to kill.
Jarvis Bigambo is here this morning. Good morning and Happy New Year.
Good morning. Happy great year. How are you today?
One would have hoped that a new year would bring new things. However, you're here.
Well, it depends on the operational definition of the term new.
New being on time.
Well, I appreciate the invitation and to be here. I'm slightly late, but it was not a making of my own. Other intervening factors or variables were in fact hampering my arrival on time as I'd earlier desired. I register my apology.
Thank you for the apology. And as we can get into it really quickly, is that we're looking at the peace and politics and which takes place where. And our time as we have it means that we jump into it really quickly. And we've started that conversation on the premise that we should built it. Jarvis, what are your thoughts about now proposed peace amendments towards the politics of the day where we stand, and meetings where people have said, no, you guys can actually get along? Can people actually get along? And can personal expediency rule peace?
That is a very vast question that invites a response that's like a thesis. When I was just settling in, my relative here was waxing philosophical and citing Seneca and the French Revolution. And perhaps I'll pick it up from there when I recall the words of Thomas Paine speaking in the 1780s, indicating that in those revolutionary times of America, trying to found its independence, it was an age of reason. This, as it was for the time of Paine, indeed our own time, it's an age of reason. It's a time of reason. Reason being that we have been endowed by faculty, by the Almighty, which faculties we must use. Nonetheless, at times I find it quite intriguing that individuals who find themselves within the quarters of politics, at times even politicians themselves, try to exile reason. It's the exiling of reason that leads us inevitably to the question that you, Ndu, has asked. That in politics, can we find peace? And can politics coexist with peace? The people are not the problem. And I'll tell you this morning, even the Constitution is not the problem. Because if we're to go even by what my brother here indicated as the framers of the Constitution, who were the framers of the Constitution? It was the people. It was not the Committee of Experts. It was the people who gathered the Constituent Assembly at Bomas, sent to represent the various villages and hamlets from across this country. It was the people who framed this constitution. They framed it in a manner that they desired. Trouble is that we have individuals, some outside the political quarters, some within the political quarters, that are trying to exile the constitution and its provisions. Peace, politics. I mean, I will tell you this, that if we were to embrace and consider the very fundamentals of planetary politics, the fundamentals of governance, and why we exist, what we must do to ensure that there is the harmonious existence of the collective, then the kind of necropolitics that we have perpetually witnessed in this country, the kind of absence of peace intentionally, the language of violence and the framing of narratives that exile peace, make peace to appear to be anomalous, unnecessary, then would be frowned upon. But why do I speak about the language of violence, the framing of narratives of violence? When you look at a critical institution such as the IEBC, created and entrenched in the Constitution, you realize that it has got the mandate of running free, fair, verifiable elections. We have got various pieces of statutes, including Election Violence, Election Offences Act, the Elections Act, Political Parties Act, which laws were made by parliamentarians as delegated by the people by way of delegated power, sovereign power. How come MCAs, members of parliament, during campaigns, by-elections, or even general elections, are the ones that engineer violence? The language they use before actioning the violence is always evident for all of us to see. The issue of ethnic balkanization, the regionalism, the tribal epithets that keep flying around. Just the other day, in a church, I heard the former deputy president, Rigathi Gachagua, lamenting that schools, national schools, public schools, Alliance, Mangu, how come individuals from other communities are getting into those schools and quote-unquote Mount Kenya students are being sent to other schools? What absence of wisdom is this that is evident of Rigathi Gachagua? Why would an individual such as that speak in such a manner and then some clap for him and some just laugh and say that it's happening elsewhere? We have got the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions. We have got the NCIC, a constitutional commission. Yes, I know that the term of the former commission has now lapsed. The process of onboarding others is commencing swiftly. Look, when we the people cheer on the enablers of violence by way of language, when that violence is actioned, then we start having gospel songs and songs of patriotism playing on radio and on TV. We the people are the mad ones.
I hear you, Javas, and I hear you, and I want you to think beyond that, because actually the character of an impeached person, in my opinion, that discussion needs to retire. In my opinion, and this is where I'm even more bothered. We have a president who is supposed to be a symbol of national unity, but you can quote him many a times telling people hawana akili, hawa jinga, and many other languages. So I beg to ask a question for us as a nation, because I want us to walk away from personalities, because peace is a collective. Peace has to be a rhythm we are attuned to, because peace means different things to you and I, somebody in Marsabit, in Mombasa, but it is a collective. What must we do? Because we are building up to an election of 2027. Politics will be in high octane this year and beyond before we get to the ballot. And already you can hear people fear-mongering, drums of war are in play, tribal balkanization is in play, and all these are ingredients of disrupting peaceful electoral cycle towards the ballot. We, the people, are the ones who will be voting. Anybody who will become a president, an MP, a governor, will be voted in by the people. We, the people, must position ourselves where we know that to the extent that we disrupt our lives because of this electoral cycle, we are the ones who are going to bear the consequences. So what language must we now start attuning to as we, the people? Because people who are paid to import or export violence are the people. Against you, against me, against my cousin, against my village, against the next neighbor. So what must we, as Kenyans of goodwill, Kenyans who understand the repercussions of having the rule of law upheld, how we can save lives by peacefully voting and having a government that will function, what must we do as a people?
I've been sick and tired for too long that I'm sick and tired of being sick and tired about issues that we have belabored for so long. When we peg our peace on elections, general elections, then we are short-sighted. Peace, coexistence, progressive politics must not be pegged on general elections. In fact, our own survival must not be pegged on elections. These are cycle events that happen after every 5 years. We are not, for heaven's sake, the first country to hold elections. We do have countries in our neighborhood and elsewhere that conduct elections, and you go there even on the day of elections or the day before elections, you will wonder whether there are even elections in that country. They don't peg their stability and peace on elections. So we must not make general elections or elections a do or die situation. Second, when we make public service, and particularly elective office, too lucrative, and we make it such that politicians are larger than life, they are better than every other person and every other office and every other profession, then we begin to miss the boat by the river. The other thing is this: we must make sense of our laws. Pieces of legislation should not be cosmetic. Now, when we have statutes in place, we have the Office of Director of Public Prosecutions in place. When you look at provisions of Article 157 of the Constitution, the ODPP serves and must serve public interest, not political or private interest, and can initiate investigation and prosecution suo motu, which means therefore then that the effectiveness of our laws should be as effective as the institutions we have created by the Constitution and even other statutes. We must not fear to prosecute individuals, imagining, for example, that their prosecution will have the universe fall or collapse upon us. We have entertained that for too long, and that is part of the problem. You ask, what must we do? Those are part of the things we must do. We must have institutions working effectively, operationalization of our laws, because laws and constitutional provisions are peremptory. And also it's important for us to know that when institutions are created and when laws are legislated, they are not to serve others to the exception of others. We must not imagine that the Constitution should work against others or for others and not against us.
But Javas, we talk about these institutions that ought to work, institutions that are there to serve Mwananchi. But you look at the people leading these institutions, and one would dare say that these institutions have been tuned, or the individuals holding these institutions appear as though they're holding brief for the person who signs their check. And the check in this sense would be the executive, because you look at all these bodies and one would say orders from above. There are these decisions that you cannot touch because for some weird reason it has come from a certain office somewhere. We all understand the intricacies that goes into these offices. And therefore, apart from these institutions working, there is need to ensure that the entire structure of what makes Kenya be Kenya does work. Because if Mwananchi fails in electing good people in office, that would be the dice will keep on rolling down, because every other person that is being hired into these other offices will clearly not work, because from the word go, we messed up.
I am not persuaded by the words of Malcolm X that we either choose the ballot or the bullet. I think we face a moment where we must agree in common that the ballot will always be superior to the bullet when it comes to governance, when it comes to taking the society forward. And because of that, if it's a question of others indicating that they are orders from above, except that those orders are in accordance with the law, which means they are superiors, and it must be rational and objective, then I think we must start asking ourselves, who are some of these office holders serving? And it's not a question of asking those questions and stopping at that. Suitability of holding offices. Today, as I sit here this morning, I'm the vice chair of the committee overseeing the implementation of the 10-point agenda and the NADCO report. Now, I will tell you this. When you scour through the itemized issues in the 10-point agenda, the NADCO report and some of the proposals negotiated politically, you realize one thing, that we are in a situation where politics and political happenings will compel us to remind ourselves of what has been provided for in the Constitution. The 10-point agenda, issues of constitutionalism, the rule of law, values of good governance in Article 10, Sub-Article 2 of the Constitution. Those are things in the Constitution. But it compels us to come and ask ourselves then, if it has been provided for in the Constitution, why is it that we cannot just, by operation of common sense and goodwill that must be humane and human, have us see that the Constitution is alive every single day?
Now that you're the vice chair,
that you would not need a committee.
Why is it that your committee you sit in is necessary? Because other things you mentioned, they are provided for in the Constitution. Why can the regime just effect that, such that the organ that has been created for the 10-point agenda will be unnecessary?
I know of some individuals who sleep at night knowing that they're supposed to wake up for a particular meeting in the morning, but they still set up alarms, okay, as a reminder. And therefore would say that the utility of our committee, the COIN 10 committee, is to serve as this moment's reminder, especially to these political parties that are in the broad-based government, and to Kenyans at large, that look, while these issues are in the Constitution, they are issues that therefore we must be alive to, and therefore our committee's work will be to give critical recommendations on how some things could be fast-tracked. Let me give you an example, my relative. Just last year, 2025, the High Court indicated that by the strike of midnight, June 2026, the curtains should effectively fall on NGCDF. The Supreme Court earlier had indicated on the illegality and unconstitutionality of NGCDF. Yet you see, for example, that when there was the NADCO team in place, there was the railroading of the entrenchment of some of these funds, NGCDF, NGAF, and Senate Oversight Fund in the Constitution. Before Honorable Raila Odinga died, he had made an application through his lawyer, Paul Mwangi, against the issue of the entrenchment of the NGCDF in the Constitution. He himself, on record, Raila Odinga said that these funds, given now that we have got devolution, NGCDF should be functus officio, should collapse. He said himself on record many times, and he defended that to his death. The thing is this, therefore, when it comes to the full implementation of the NADCO report, there are some things that will have some challenges in the implementation. We are engaging stakeholders extensively, and we shall pick the views of the people, as we are doing that, going to engage the public across the country, across the regions. The recommendations of the people, because remember that every single day we live, we need to meet the needs of the moment and see how some things can be re-architectured to strengthen or to ameliorate the fabric of our society.
So, Alenga, therefore, with what we know we need to do, the law is clear, like they keep saying. The law is clear on what needs to be done. We know how we need to implement the Constitution, the policies that need to be passed for that Constitution to work for each and every single Kenya. But the ruling class has intentionally decided not to do that, to make it so difficult for this Constitution to operate as it would. Alenga.
I think they say when it matters to you, you'll find a way. When it doesn't, you'll find an excuse. So many of these things that government comes up with after they have done a mess, they're just excuses. Because if you look at, for instance, the NADCO report, I mean, we have all the frameworks to do these things just by our own volitions. But in as much as we need an alarm to wake up, sometimes we also defy the alarms, or we snooze them, and that is what we are continuously doing. So we do not know if the snoozing is coming from Java's able committee, so that their tenure does not come to an end, or it's actually coming from because if you finish the work tomorrow, it ends tomorrow, you know, and or maybe if it is unwillingness from the appointees to be able to correct those things. Far from it is that it's important that those things captured in the NADCO report are corrected, but then shall we constantly be buying government time to do things at their own pace, or we should force them to respond to those things within the frameworks of the law, which then gives us a timely solution. Where we are at the moment, we are in a situation where, after the demise of Raila Odinga, who maybe was one of the people that championed for that 10-point agenda, passed on, and I don't know, I have not seen great commitment to this NADCO report by his own party that is now stretched into campaigning for the regime in power for the next election. They have been preoccupied by that a lot, and then now also they have internal issues to sort. So where does it leave the common person who looks at that report maybe as a cure to some of the things that are substantively impact their lives? Also, how do we create an environment where government is responsive to what we say as citizens, not only what the political class sits in a room and decides on our behalf? Because that is where we veer off the track of fixing Kenya. Because at the end of the day, we ask those people who sat in bombers, who really sent them? That's the biggest question. Who really sent them? Those things they sat down and wrote, were they the real pain points for Kenyans at that time? Like 3/3 gender rule, was it 2/3 gender rule? Was it really a pain point for Kenyans at that time? And doesn't it have another avenue for fixing it? So I think where we are as a country, we have all the tools that we need for proper governance. What we do not have is the will and the courage to unsettle certain formations, to defy the status quo and say we are going into this to fix Kenya once and for all.
Okay. And is it fair to ask the question then whether true patriotism and nationalism then actually resides in the hearts of Kenyans at whatever level? Whether it is that you're in a position of leadership or you're the citizen who has delegated your sovereignty to a would-be leader. Because if it did, would we not see some of these things take center stage, regardless?
I think patriotism is a peradventure for a Kenyan who goes to bed without food, for a Kenyan who went through the school education hoping they'll get a job in the end and have nothing, for a Kenyan who suffers the plight of their kin dying in the Gulf, as a house help, and they can't even bring the body back, for a Kenyan who walks into the hospital and cannot find health care, for a Kenyan who is wondering how they can take their kids to school. I think those things make it difficult for us to love our country. It's very, very difficult. We are in an abusive relationship. It has collapsed, and we cannot find any incentive to love this person that married us. So we are at a crossroads. We want to come out of this marriage, but to where? So we're wondering to where. For me, I think these things cannot self-sort themselves as Kenyans imagine.
And they're also refusing to sign the divorce papers. So the abuse continues. I would say this.
Yeah, the abuser goes to your parents and bribes your brothers, and your brothers tell you, go, Bana. These things you have to persevere through.
We got the goat, so you have to stay.
We've eaten the goat.
Yes, and this is where I think that now the peace gets suspended, because you find a regime that now is fighting to stay in power in spite of the people saying, for now we need change. For now, we suspend your term as of now, and you need to reconstitute the leadership that we want. So I think it cuts both ways. Because the governed must decide how to be governed by electing people into office. If you're electing to a position, and at some point, for whatever reason, the people are tired or dissatisfied, and they feel you don't merit to continue being in that office, it should not be an offense or a crime for the same people to tell you, excuse, we gave you the position, it is about time we suspend that term.
Let me ask you a question.
Kindly.
At what point do you begin to question the voters' intention and will? At what point? Because remember, in a living democracy, there is the will to choose. And people cannot be railroaded to choose in one particular way. They have got the will to choose. That will to choose makes people vote whomever they want at the ballot. And the majority will always decide on who is it that garners the highest votes, and that person then gets the power to rule as governor, as member of parliament.
To serve.
Yes.
Not to rule, to serve.
To serve.
Right.
As governor, as president, as member of county assembly, as women rep, etc.
President.
As president. I've indicated that. That is the decision of the people by way of the ballot. If at all the minority, for example, voted for another person and the votes were not sufficient to make that person clinch the seat, they cannot start questioning the sobriety of those who voted in the majority. It is the will of the people. Because you cannot decide the personhood of someone by way of the outcome of the vote if yours is limited. And that's why I asked, at what point do you begin to question the power of the vote?
And I hear you.
And
I think I just want to highlight something to Javas before you come in.
Go ahead.
Your point really holds if all factors were constant. That we have gone through an election, and for sure, Javas has won the election. That's not the scenario we are treated to many times. We have a situation where, like if you look at the just concluded by-elections, you'd see a lot of voter malpractice, a lot of state-sanctioned, intimidation, violence, what have you, that kept a lot of people from expressing their will on that ballot. So then, it is not fair for us to judge that person X is in office because the people of this region chose that person. We have to clean up our electoral system so that it reflects the true will of the people. There's a point you raised earlier, and you said that we cannot peg our peace to our electoral processes. Imagine we have to until our electoral process is devoid of doubts. We have to clean that electoral process so that when I come out of my house and cast my ballot, I go home and I have faith in that person counting my vote. I have faith in that person in the polling station. I have faith in the outcome of the election. Our election rules are very clear that the chair of the IBC has the mandate to announce the winner. But we have changed the rules to favor us. We have a chair of IBC tallying the vote, something that is not in the constitution. We have 291 constituencies. Why can't we just have presidential results for 291 constituencies so that even the media can call the winner? The media can receive
as is made in the Constitution.
Just like it is in the US. The media says up to where we are, we can call it.
It only projects.
This is what it looks.
I think we'd rather be careful.
So we go into shortcuts. In terms of the provision of the law, we have to get Form 34B.
I agree with you. You speak quite well and eloquently on these issues. But remember that even the law as it is, pronouncement by the courts and provision of the Constitution itself, presidential results are declared where? It's not at the National Tallying Center here.
Yes. Polling station.
At the polling station. That's where they're declared. That is the law. That is the practice. But let me ask you.
Is it the practice, Jarvis? We need to hold on to that. That is the law. Hold on, Jarvis. Yeah. Because if it was the practice, we would not be doing this dog and pony show that happens at Bomas.
Do you know why somebody would want to arrive at an argument that is not the practice?
Because we can see we are not blind.
No, remember,
experience.
The issue here is the determination of the 50+1. That's one. Determination of the 50+1. Second, getting votes in majority of 50% of the counties. That has to be ascertained for the proclamation by the chair of the IBC.
No, it doesn't.
No, listen.
No, it does not.
No, listen.
Sorry, Jarvis. I'm sorry. No, Jarvis. It's black. I'm sorry.
Before you
hold
respond,
on. I'm not responding. I'm making a point that it's very clear what the Constitution says. It's very clear what election laws say.
Correct.
That this chair is a returning officer.
Yes.
It is very clear.
For the presidential?
For the presidential.
Thank you.
There is no tallying that needs to be done.
The tallying does not happen at the national tallying.
It does. It does.
No, listen.
That's why you have called it the National Tallying Center.
Now listen. Now, the use of the word National Tallying Center, okay, that IBC does, traditionally as it's been happening at Bomas, what the commission has been doing, all right, is first of all bringing together just to see of the 290 constituencies.
That is wrong. That should be happening. That's the point.
Now listen.
Should not be happening.
Now listen. Okay, let me put the point.
That is the problem. You see what you're trying. Hold on, Jarvis. What you're trying to do is explain an illegality.
I'm not explaining. The point
there
is
should be no tallying.
There's no
done at the constituency.
Tallying and declaration of presidential results is done at the it is done at the polling center.
Our electoral structure that does not allow that 2-3 days of uncertainty.
The law provides a 7-day window for declaration of results. The law allows 7 days.
Let me tell you where the wrong is. The crime,
declaration of results is very different from proclamation of results.
The IBC chair declares results.
Exactly. That one we do not have qualms with that.
And
we are saying
the IBC chair,
the content of this result becomes a mystery once the forms are transported to IBC, and then we have to wait.
Let me ask you a question. At the polling station, is it possible to ascertain the 50+1?
Yes. Let me tell you how. And are you aware, Javas, that the commission prohibits the constituent office from declaring the presidential vote?
Even
the media is prohibited.
Has to wait for IBC to say in Vihiga constituency, this was the result. Yeah. Now that is
in contravention of the
media.
Meanwhile, they have the results at the Constitution.
Yes. We have. It is not the place of the media to announce the presidential.
You're missing the point, Javas, and it's very clear that the ruling from the courts in Kenya,
if the media
a competent Kenyan court said very clearly,
minor Kia decision.
Exactly, a competent court at the minor Kia decision was very clear that at the constituency tallying, that is final. So you don't even have to wait for 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 days for the chair of the IEBC to come and make this declaration. Do you see what you do when you keep people in limbo and you keep a vacuum whereby we have to fill and ask questions about what is going on? Why is it so difficult that in Vihiga constituency, this is what the returning officer has put on paper, very clear. All you have to do is say, that is what they've said. That is what it is.
That will change when it arrives in
and remember,
the work of the chairman of the IBC is purely clerical. All that needs to happen is that in all the 291 constituencies, it will be reported by the media. Actually, it will be posted at the door.
It is always posted there.
But it is not reported. It is prohibited. They say it must come to Bomas.
Now,
that is what you're saying.
Let us look at this with the clarity of lenses.
I'll give you 3 seconds to be clear.
1. When results are announced at the polling station, are they declared there? They are announced there, right?
Not the presidential.
No, listen.
Yes.
The presidential results, the minor Kia decision, the Supreme Court decision. Once the results are finalized at the polling station, they are made public.
Should be.
They are posted.
They're announced, yes.
Yes? It is made public. That is the practice.
So why do we still have to go and do this shenanigans?
The issue of the IBC and the role at the national level. Remember what is crucial.
Can I just make it comfortable for you to say that what happens should not be happening?
The issue is that, have you garnered 50+1?
No, Javas. What happens at Bomas is unnecessary.
Yes? A very simple question.
Javas,
let me just pose a very simple question to you.
And then we need to close this.
If in Vihiga constituency, aspirant president got this, there's a tabulation, why can't we avail these results as they are to the media so that the media has 291 results? Why do we anticipate they will change? And that is why the media cannot announce until IBC announces. So then media has to camp at Bomas so that at any one point someone emerges and says, these are the results we have for 5 constituencies. He reads the 5 and disappears. I mean, if these things are not changing on their way from Vihiga to Nairobi, why are we having to wait for an express.
Remember the transmission.
That's now we are saying it could be a good practice they are doing, but that is where the problem starts from, because we start asking ourselves what is happening in those results, and that's where people get this lingo. They say they are cooking results. So if we're not willing,
do you know why the IBC many times is prosecuted?
And that's where peace gets threatened.
This is what the law says, guys, as we close. Within 7 days after the presidential election, the chairperson of the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission shall A. declare the results of the election and deliver a written notification of the results to the Chief Justice and the incumbent president. No tallying.
Yes, declaration.
Not tallying, declaration.
It's just declaration.
So why does he have a problem declaring what we have?
But look, declaration is a process. You have to look at, for example.
Wow.
No,
it cannot be a process.
Like I declare it is 2 minutes past 10. It's not a process.
If you send me 20,000 shillings,
I'm sorry, I can actually kill the mic so that we sound. So declaration, I can look at the clock and I can say it is 2 minutes past 10.
Yes.
That is not a process.
You're mentioning.
I see. No, I'm declaring to you it's 2 minutes past 10 and I'm declaring that the show is over because the time allocated is 10 o'clock.
You don't need a process.
I don't need a process. Very clear.
To consult the editor.
I don't need to consult my producer that should we end the show at 10 today? No, because it is Javas, it is set that we end the show at 10 so that something else can happen. It's not a process. It's very clear. And on that note, thank you, gentlemen, for being here this morning. But that is an example of what we are talking about. Asante Sana for being here this morning. Thank you so much. We'll talk again tomorrow at 3 minutes past 10. Good morning.
Around the world, 94.4 Spice FM.
Morning, this is the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira. ODM leader Oburu Ginga says it feels unreal to speak of his predecessor and brother, the late Raila Odinga, in the past tense, as the Odingas mark what would have been his 81st birthday today. Writing on X, Senator Oburu said he misses Raila dearly, whom he described as a statesman who was more than a sibling. Earlier, the Odinga family expressed their heartfelt gratitude to everyone who stood with them during what they described as a profoundly painful time following the passing of Raila. In a statement, the family singled out President William Ruto, Deputy President Kithure Kindiki, Prime CS Musalia Mudavadi, and the wider government for what they termed outstanding support, understanding, and kindness. Sugarcane farmers in Busia County have expressed dismay at the government's failure to lift restrictions on sugar imports from COMESA member states. Led by Lambert Ongochi, they say the government's failure to extend protectionist measures that have been in place for more than 2 decades would hurt local farmers.
Leo hii nataka kusema ya kwamba sisi kama wakulima wa miwa tumehuzunika sana kwa sababu tumesikia ya kwamba COMESA safeguards zimekuwa lifted. Na sasa sukari ile ambayo ni cheap itaingia nchini. Hii inamaanisha ya kwamba mkulima wa miwa hapa Kenya anaenda kuumia sana because bei ya sukari sasa inaenda kurudi chini, bei ya miwa itarudi chini zaidi, na hii itademoralize kulima miwa, na hii inaonyesha kwamba kilimo cha miwa haswa kimekufa. So kwa mkulima wa Kenya sahizi atapata serious loss. Ile kitu ambacho tulikuwa tumesahau ya kwamba BR in the sugar industry, now it is going to be revived. It is going to come back and farmers watatoka bila pesa, and that will kill the sugar farming.
Ongochi also criticized leaders from the Western and Nyanza regions for allegedly failing to champion farmers' interests.
Leo hata ukiangalia kwa vyombo vya habari utapata mahali wanakuza chai, mahali wanakuza tea. They are improving. Even the tonnage is improving. Even the percentage has improved. But nobody talks about the sugarcane farmer. And this is a call kwa wale viongozi wetu. Kama wako kwa government, Mudavadi, Wetangula, Kinambadi, Oparanya, please come up and defend the common farmer from the Western region. Hii kitu sasa sisi tumeisha, and hii sasa mtakuja kwa every time mmekujanga kwa campaign trips na mnasema how we are reviving Mumia Sugar Company, how we are reviving Mumia Sugar Company. This time mtakuja kusema you are reviving what? You are reviving what? There's no, the sugar cane sasa na sugar farming is being killed. Kindly wake up.
The coffee auction resumed after the December break, netting 1.5 billion shillings after the sale of 24,890 bags of coffee sourced from estates and cooperative societies. At the closure of the auction on December the 16th, the National Coffee Exchange had auctioned a total of 150,008 bags for the period between October and December that netted 9.3 billion shillings. In the weekly auction, the coffee brokers delivered 7,929 bags of grade AA, 10,789 bags of grade AB, and 2,290 bags of grade C that fetched a total of 1.3